All right, and we are back for the first day of the finals of the World Championships of Warhammer Underworlds 2025. Today we are going to be getting you a desired stream. People have been asking for it. We're getting Micho, and we are getting his gits with Pillage and Plunder and Raging Slayers.
Yeah.
So a pairing that most folks probably didn't see coming.
Yeah, one
And
I'm definitely excited to see played out.
Absolutely. It should be an excellent watch, given that is something very different than what you would expect to see for Gitz. And then his opponent is Giovanni from Team Italy, and they are going to be playing Elethanes with
Pillage and Plunder.
Pillage and Plunder, Emberstone Sentinels.
Yeah,
the standard hold plan.
Yeah.
So it should be a fun one. They are all just getting set up now. Let's go to the table.
All right, so
All right.
Mikhail's gets barely fitting on the table, much less on the stream.
It is a problem when you have 9 fighters that you have to
Yeah.
deal with. Most warbands would
Yep.
only ever have to deal with 7. Players are drawing their hands. We are going to see here if they like their hands, and should be off to the races. Now, I think the Elethanes plan, I can probably guess as to what we're going to be doing. We're going to see Furain with her ability to always stand fast, grabbing a token early and probably just staying there.
Right.
And using the pushes from the sea creatures to also be able to grab tokens quickly. You can have, so the way that they work is you when you move one of the elves, you can then push the sea creatures towards them. And so if you line up the push correctly, you can end up having them both push onto tokens if they start adjacent to those tokens.
Yeah.
So I think that's the basic strategy to start. And then otherwise, they just have some pretty great stats, so it should be fun to see it. But now, in terms of the Gits, I really couldn't tell you. I would not have guessed that Gits should be running any sort of super aggressive game plan. But we have the roll here, and we have the win from Giovanni. So he'll have choice for the board here. I have to imagine that he is probably going to stick, to the Emberguard boards, because then he doesn't have to worry about the Waystone hexes giving even more accuracy to these frankly absurd attack profiles that these Gits have.
Right. Yeah. It's been interesting to see these revamped Zarbags Gits in their iteration. It looked like the design team did a good job of maybe pulling them back to what I would call a normal level upon release, having learned lessons from games played for the past year with their previous iteration. I think one of the more fascinating things is the fact that Bonecracker and Gobbleluk are worth 0 bounty, but 2 of the most lethal fighters in the warband.
Yeah, it's certainly a choice. It's certainly a choice.
All right, so we've got our first feature token just across the line.
Seeing as how Michael is playing Pillage and Plunder, I think that makes plenty of sense. He's going to want to be able to jump on that token across the line and be able to delve, and potentially, if that is in fact the choice that he made for his restricted card, the surges would flow if for just being able to hold that one token.
Right. Yep. So
taking a long inspection of the board, probably trying to decide how to block out some token placement for Giovanni. I would think, yes, he's going to be placing in Giovanni's territory with the idea of trying to force Giovanni's remaining token forward. If he places there, he has then blocked out everything in the back, and Giovanni can still place in his territory if he so desires, but it'll be to the far edge.
I think that's it's a strong placement on Mikhail's part.
It really is. That is sort of that next level of play of being able to think through the board and decide some control of the board for your opponent. Sort of the extra game within the game that can happen during setup. And Giovanni does, in fact, opt for having the token in his own territory, and I have to imagine that is so that he has easier access to some of those sea creature pushes onto the tokens.
No.
But we will see. I could be completely wrong about that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the starting hex. Starting hexes around those feature tokens, and I think Mikhail's placement of that third feature token really limited the ability to push towards a fighter and get both sea creatures onto tokens.
Yep.
So.
All right, so deployment will start here. And we are going to have, it looks like, one of the archers go out first.
Yep. Yeah, well, that's, what are we? We have Stickit, Dibs, and Redcap.
It is, I believe, one of Stickit or Dibs.
I believe that it is Dibs. I do not see an arrow through the hood. That is Stickit being placed next.
Yes, so starting with the fish, I think, is a strong choice for first deployment just because it gives your opponent next to no information.
Right. Yeah, the fish
now,
not doing a whole lot of anything for this warband.
Now, it is interesting. We do not end up getting the fish next to a treasure token, so we were not going to see the double push onto the tokens, but that could be because we need to have more aggressive placement, I think.
Oh, so Prague Danetta goes down.
Yes. Keeping fairly far back with most of these initial grots. I have to imagine trying to leave spaces for some of the better fighters, and probably for Drizgit to be able to just, or not Drizgit, Snurk to be able to be in the front to just be in the way.
Right.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if we saw Snurk get placed next to Treasure Token 1 in an attempt to make that an unappealing spot to try and land.
Yeah, that spinning and doing damage whenever you enter a hex adjacent to Snurk is certainly unpleasant.
Yeah. As we watch this setup happen, just want to say thanks to everybody in the chat for joining. There's already quite a bit of chatter going on. Cheering on your fellow country folk is always great to see. All right, so then we get Furain taking that front position. I think that makes plenty of sense. She is pretty much never in danger from the first attack that she's going to take. We get Elethane holding back a bit. Elethane being fairly central to the game plan, I have to imagine. So trying to keep him safe probably until round 2. We end up getting a very far forward Snurk instead. I would guess that could just be to leverage a big charge for heavy damage. But unsure. Mikhail is playing a strategy that most people have never seen before. So we get the sword from Giovanni and just the single from Mikhail. So Giovanni wins the roll to start the round, and we are off the extra card going to Mikhail. Giovanni will have to make the choice here. I think it would be tough in my mind to want to give Mikhail that first activation and just let him come charging on in, but perhaps Giovanni has a plan. He is choosing to go first. Looks like he is, in fact, going to go and jump on the token in enemy territory, being completely surrounded here with Furain.
That is an exciting first activation.
It is. It really is. Okay, so we're targeting there to the right. 2 crits and I think she's on swords.
I believe she is on swords uninspired.
2 crits, though. It's definitely going to go through, and that will be a first blood for Giovanni.
Yep. That is a strong start.
It could be a strong start, but not in this deck. But we do get to see aggressive defender off of it, which is also a great start. Now, Furain being able to stand fast on any successful attack is going to be hard to dislodge. Mikhail could go for a play to just try and attack and drive her back with a tie, but that is a bit risky.
That's true.
It's possible that Mikhail is willing to just let Furain have that token.
I think, yeah, with the surrounded, I think any attack is likely to be successful.
It is, I think.
So
both players looking through their power cards. It's fairly early, so hard to imagine too much coming out here. I do think it's worth noting that with this new update, all the gets are only ever on one dodge, except for Drizgit, who I believe is on one block. And they do not inspire to have. Oh, but we do have Zarbag and Snurk on two dodges. But for the most part, the Warband is less defensive, and so in that sense, there are going words this morning, folks. Attrition is going to be a problem, and so I think that the plan is probably to try and be aggressive enough that losing gets will not end up mattering. If you can get your opponent dead before they can get you dead, it doesn't matter how low your defense is.
that's true. Goes back to the aggro control theory that I have.
Yeah. Roll enough dice, get enough kills, your opponent can't do their game plan. So a decent amount of thought. All right, so we have, it looks like, Mikhail's using the last ability on the War Scroll here. I don't, or maybe just, I believe that is a push ability.
So that is the make some noise, use this in a power step, push each friendly squig up to 2 hexes for the rest of the battle round. Those squigs cannot hold treasure tokens or delve.
Yeah,
so only use this ability
moving
once
the
per game.
squigs forward, and I believe doing that so that he can have a squig in position to attack without having to charge. Oh, or just using him to set up some support so that Drizgit can come up and make the attack himself. To get Sally Forth off of the push as well. That's a very heady play, being able to cover up the 2 tokens for the Sally Forth in the 1 charge. We get a crit.
A reroll from Raging Slayers.
The reroll from Raging Slayers.
Oh,
and the crit in response. So no success. A drive back still possible. Be driven into two squigs. That's fairly scary.
Yeah.
I do imagine he's going to want to get out of there before those squigs can start chomping.
Which is likely, given how slippery these elves can be.
Absolutely. Get a delve in enemy territory. And we'll see Sally Forth get picked up for having a charge token and holding that token in enemy territory. Fairly unlikely that your opponent is going to even attempt to stop you from scoring that if you use Furain. So a smart choice there, and it does explain the aggressive play from Giovanni. Seeing from chat, gets looking spooky. Yeah, very unique paint scheme with sort of a ghostly white robes and some blue squigs. I'm not entirely sure if perhaps the goblins are in fact supposed to be ghosts. But I do appreciate a different type of paint scheme than what we would normally see.
Yeah, the white cloaks is very stark and striking. I didn't get a chance to get a good look at them as I was setting them up for the pregame.
And we are going to see great strength coming out for Giovanni. And he's going to put that on Elethane. And an interesting choice there, and a courteous choice to put his upgrade on top of his fighter cards so that his opponent can very clearly see.
Yep. All right, and then a commanding stride.
So he can get Elethane up next to Drizgit and that squig. Going to attack, yes, at Drizgit. Try and dislodge him from that token. He does have the reroll because of the stagger. He gets a crit and a success. I believe that is 3 successes with the crit. That is going to be impossible to defend as far as I can tell. And he's just rolling for the courtesy, I think. And he gets the overrun as well. I suppose he was probably rolling to see if he could deny the overrun.
Right.
Picking up the glory for the kill, being able to grab that token, being that Giovanni is Emberstone and Pillage, he is really going to want to be on those tokens as much as possible. In terms of the matchup, I think this is an interesting one in that I do believe that the defensive stats for Elethanes are quite good, but the offensive stats are equally good for the Gits. So it'll be an interesting test. We get sharp reflexes coming out onto Elthane as well, make him just that little bit much harder to hit. I do believe that stagger token is not supposed to be on Elthane there. He should have just a charge token. He has not delved that token back.
Yeah, that may just be a misplaced token.
I believe it was Drizgit's, and it just didn't get pulled off the board, I believe.
So I'm sure the players will catch that.
I am sure. But just for folks at home. Some contemplation. I believe it is Michal's choice for power, but he may have already passed. As Giovanni is inspecting his hand, thinking about whether or not it would make sense to play out anything else here. It's a bit of a interesting choice in terms of target priority, I think, for Michal, because while he has good attacks already lined up there with his squigs, getting the kill early will offer more opportunity for resurrecting that fighter again. So it could be that instead he will choose to just go after Elthane, try and deny that as quickly as possible. But I would not like to try and guess the game plan of a mind that seemingly is on another level playing these very aggressive Raging Slayers Gits that no one saw coming.
Okay, so I think
Everyone
maybe
is-
there was a bit of a pause, likely due to language barriers, not knowing whether everyone had passed
So the
or not.
squig is charging, and it would appear there is a ability being used on the War Scroll for the Gits.
So I think it's Rage coming out
So the reroll here from Raging Slayers
into
gets
a
the
crit.
crit. Ooh,
Just a shield,
the shield. Now,
which is
interestingly, it was charging into a position, but still attacking against. Oh, yes. And so charging into enemy territory so he can score best foot forward.
Yep.
The damage going out, any drive back, yes. Continue to push back adjacent to multiple of his fighters. And I think he feels safe in being able to do that because he had the weight of dice plus Elthane has already charged. So the squig is not in a lot of danger there and is 0 bounties. So the squig is not a appealing target except for the fact that they are very scary and you just don't want to leave them running rampant.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost worse that they are worth no bounty.
Oh, it's certainly absolutely worse. It puts you in such a bind because killing them feels valuable because they're such good fighters, but killing them isn't worth anything. So you're spending your precious few activations to try and take out fighters that you will not be rewarded for killing. Now, of course, if you're playing an aggro strategy where you could surge, perhaps, for just rolling some dice anyway, maybe it feels a little bit better. But in this situation, I think it is quite bad. And we see the crab walking onto the objective, and we get the share the load, as we've now seen it from both players. With the ability to move multiple fighters from both of these warbands and having some push tech, it is a very reliable surge for both strategies. And then we will delve. So at the moment, having delved twice, Furain having pretty likely options to delve that additional token down later in the game if need be, because Furain is not likely to get driven off that token. Chat commenting Some unlucky rolls for Mikhail. Yes and no. It's been, I'd say, fairly statistical to this point. A lot of contemplation from both sides about their power cards. I think they are trying to make sure to be as well positioned as possible, and trying to use the time before committing, because I think as this game goes on, things will very quickly start to shift once all the attacks do start landing. Could we jump over to the War Scroll for the gets? I'd like to just get a refresher as to what abilities have already been used on that War Scroll. So we pushed the
2 squigs.
Oh, the fungal burst.
He staggered. And that is why
stagger
the stagger token is on Elephant.
That explains it. I thought maybe I had missed something, especially once I saw that an ability had been used on the War Scroll. Okay, deciding to use the healing potion before passing, just to remove the 1 token. Just making so that Tamael is not in kill shot range before we pass the turn back to Mikhail for what is certain to be another attack here. It's worth noting that all the fighters currently holding tokens are going to be very hard to shift, because we have Firain, who can stand fast. We have Elethane, who, since he has the upgrade to give extra defense dice, is going to be very hard to shift. And then the Crab, I believe, is just 2 defense all the time on block. So
that is correct.
Even having the rerolls, without being inspired yet, the Gets are going to have some trouble shifting either of those fighters right now. We're going to see a charge. I believe that is...
that one is Stick It.
And then Scurry from Dibs. We are likely setting up for a volley here, I would guess. So a crit. And a single success. Oh no, he was attacking into Tamael again.
Yep.
Okay. So not quite understanding who was being targeted, but yes, the volley coming here. Another shot into Tamael. And we get no successes this time. But we will score Careful Survey. Yes, and a quick reminder from the table just to show the camera the cards. Is very focused on the board state, and forgetting a little bit that we are here trying to see what their cards are doing.
So another delve from Dune Claw.
Yes, delving that back up, I'm a little surprised to see that.
Is there
that
Supremacy in hand?
Could be setting up for something like Supremacy. I just if you're trying to set up for Torn Landscape or Broken Prospects, you would want that delve down. Given that Squig can't delve and can't hold, Strip is currently in play for Giovanni. But if Giovanni was hoping for the Squig to delve down to help towards anything for pillage, it will not be happening. The fish going for the move here on the activation, just to cover up another token. Going to delve, I believe. Yes. No. Thinking about it. Yes. Has finally decided we will delve there. That will be 3 different treasures delved. So if he has Broken Prospects, it's available. And that is also a 3rd delve with Delving for Wealth. I think. Oh, yes. Because Elethane was not the one who did the delving.
Correct.
That token is just delved down because of...
so Delving for Wealth means that...
Tunneling Terror here. I am very curious to see... Yes, we're going to get to see Snurk move very far across the board. You will get the move token, but setting up to be in a pretty bad spot there if you get driven back into his spinning radius.
Oh.
In some ways, using him potentially as a bit of a lethal
Oh.
hex, placing an upgrade onto one of the squigs there, could
That
not
is
see what it was,
one of the ones from Raging Slayers,
and yet another one coming out. So I think that's actually Keen Eye because Autopodle is on that card. So he'll have an extra dice on that squig. And then the other card wants to read it quick because perhaps a card that Giovanni is not familiar with. Just for a second.
Yep.
And the other one. Yes. Okay, so
Murderous
that is
Instincts.
Grievous, but you have to be making attacks or charges with that fighter. You cannot do anything else with that fighter. So an interesting choice to be extremely aggressive with that squig. I have to imagine that means he's going to be trying for the kill on Elethane here, and that is pretty terrifying. Being able to do so with 3 hammers, Grievous, and then
bounded
with the drive back into the spinning, if he can make it the hit land. Now, of course, 2 defense on block with cover does make for a very high defensive profile. But a little bit of just discussion about fighter abilities, War Scrolls. I do think that we are about to see. I have to imagine this is going to be an enraged swig as well, so he'll have the extra reroll.
Those
2 successes to start. He has the 1 reroll.
We see a third success.
The 3rd success. He needs crits here. With the 2 crits, standing fast in stylish fashion. The stream dice continuing to be
saying,
a thing.
No, thank you. I will stay on this token.
Wow.
And
that
take no damage, or take 2 damage. But
yes,
stay where I am.
He'll still take the damage, but he won't be driven back. And
Right.
I think that the main thing there is that the drive back would have meant a kill.
Correct.
So being able to stand fast was absolutely essential to be able to pick up there.
Yeah. So unseated from that token.
Yeah.
Still on the table. Both important things.
Chat commenting skill.
Skill. Yes.
Yes. Obviously, being able to roll the double crits is a long and arduous road to hone that skill. But if for anyone who's been watching the stream, it has come up a improbable amount so far.
It feels like it. Yes. Yeah. Like it's coming the 136th. 136th of the time. Yeah. It happens all the time.
Yeah, and we've seen it happen, at least a dozen times so far in the last few days?
Yes, a triple crit. I think one of my favorites was the 5 dice perfect strike.
Yeah, getting 5 successes on 5 dice. Because, of course.
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't that happen? So we see the Dell from
Urain here.
Urain.
Yep. As expected, that guarantees having, well, I shouldn't say guarantees, but it sets up fairly well to have Broken Prospects if he has it in hand. At the moment, Torn Landscape is also in play unless there's a push that's going to be able to come out here. Playing the sidestep. Yes, there it is. Okay. For the play to deny the Torn Landscape. That is good to have in hand. But Broken Prospects and Torn Landscape can both be scoring here. We'll get against the odds. Yep. Delved that and delved it back. We'll also see Iron Grasp because we have the other 2 tokens are delved down. It's a good score. And perhaps we see maybe even one more. Yes, we do. And we get the Torn Landscape as well for a nice 5 glory end phase there for Giovanni. Off to a quick start, being able to jump out to a bit of a lead here before his inspired round in round 2. Keen Eye, almost certainly going to be coming out onto one of his elves. Trying to figure out who needs to be most accurate, and it looks like Furain is going to get that choice.
All right.
Torn Landscape, as we've discussed in previous Pillage and Plunder rounds, uh, if you are both playing Pillage, you don't really have to work towards it because your opponent will probably do it for you.
Looks like that's all we're going to see from Mikau.
But we are going to then get Haymaker, so we can have a fighter being able to swing for an incredible amount of damage there with Zarbag.
Zarbag.
So getting the +2 damage.
We are discarding.
Getting rid of. It's a Raging Slayer's card. I don't remember what that one does.
We can find out. Did I get lucky with my first click here? I believe. Nope.
Aggressive expansion?
That.
Or no.
That doesn't look dark enough.
It is no contest. Yeah.
Score this in
So he was
if an enemy leader is
the,
slain.
The leader kill, not getting it, and deciding, instead of holding it, I'll move on, see more of my deck. The kill probably coming anyway later, but having to just wait. And we'll get the roll here. Single for Michael. He really probably wanted to be able to go first here. Giovanni getting the choice, and now that he's inspired for this round, this is where Elethanes really should have to do a lot of work.
I foresee many successful attacks.
Very possibly.
But
we have decent accuracy here with low defense profiles. I would guess Furain is probably going to start us off, but a little hard to say for certain. There's a lot of options. The board is pretty spread right now. Multiple gets on almost all of these, or on all of these elves. I would almost, actually, a charge from Elethane. I know it's early, but getting away from Drizgit and those squigs could be a really big deal.
That may be the right choice.
And there it is. Choosing to go all the way to Zarbag, likely trying to get the kill here before the Haymaker attack can come out. So we will see the attack with 1 success. So decent odds here on the 2 dodge of being able to defend this. And he does with the crit success. And so Zarbag not only not taking the hit, but also not going to be driven back. Using the duelist, or the anyway, the heal from Pillage and Plunder. Good choice to get back up to a more survivable health range. But now he is standing staggered next to a Haymaker Zarbag, and that is definitely a terrifying prospect.
It is duelist. It is prideful duelist.
Prideful duelist. Okay.
Not just a normal duelist.
Not the normal duelist. Prideful duelist.
No.
All right. So choosing to delve with the crab. Flipping down more of these treasures. Starting to work towards some other cards. We did not end up seeing Broken Prospects come out, so we're going to have to sort of reset to try and do that. We see the delve from Mikhail. So all the treasures are now down. That does make it fairly difficult if we need to work towards Broken Prospects for Giovanni, because he will have to delve the treasures back up and then back down. Reviewing our power card options here before passing for the inevitable counter charge here. An upgrade, I believe, is Canny Sapper coming out. I only got just a quick glimpse of the art, though.
Got more than I did.
Now, I do imagine...
I believe that is Canny Sapper, yes.
Yes, breaking the Canny Sapper to be able to teleport the squig back onto that starting hex so that Elethane is in quite a bit of danger here. I don't actually know what the power card was that he played to trigger it. Is it explosive charges to get the extra move?
Maybe. It looks like
Yes.
it is. Yep.
All right. So we've seen this card used to decent effect in some of the other rounds so far throughout the tournament. I believe that getting the gets that extra move is pretty useful here. I would not be surprised, though, to see a standing attack from Zarbag with Haymaker now that he has the supports.
So at this point, Zarbag could do 4.
Yes, and there it is. And scurrying to bring it around for the full surrounded. So he'll have 2 rerolls well surrounded with Haymaker.
No, that
with
is a crit and 2 successes.
That is pretty brutal.
Yeah, so
And the rerolls. Oh my
into
goodness.
3 crits.
So 3 crits. An unstoppable attack. And there he goes. Elethane down. So the revive is off the table. There will be no way to bring any elf back.
Oh, I called those successes thinking that Zarbag was inspired. The
Oh.
hammers.
Okay, so he was looking for swords.
Yes.
Okay.
Hence the double reroll, which confused me.
Shouldn't.
It was a crit and 2 hammers.
Right. The Inspire now is as they go above 3 glory.
As they go above 6, I believe. On the 6th glory.
Oh, 6th glory.
And above.
And above. That was
yes.
the errata. There was a lot of errata changes.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So another delve there.
And
to get that token flipped back up. Seeing as how we already saw Wary Delver, I'm not entirely sure. All right. So anyway, the attack coming here on Stick It. 2 crits.
2 crits.
Even more crits. Everyone with all the crits today. And yeah, 1 success, but it's not going to be enough. Another kill for Giovanni.
Yes, and then overrun.
These crits are just flowing like water today. And the surge scored there is something from Emberstone, I believe.
It's going to be something.
I
don't. Hostile takeover.
Oh, hostile takeover for making
second or subsequent
a second attack without
that was
charge.
Not part of a charge.
Yeah, a fairly reliable card for everybody tracking that. The attacks don't all have to come in the same round either, so it's just your second or subsequent attack that didn't involve a charge. Going to settle in here, try and guarantee that it is hard to shift from these tokens.
So, Tamahail goes from 2 dodge to 2 dodge on guard.
Yes. In cover.
In cover. Where's hidden aid when you need it?
Absolutely. Now, I'd be interested to know if there's so many good end phase options still on the table for Giovanni. It's hard to predict which ones he's going to be working towards. Likely, or well, no, because we saw delving for wealth, so we know that he does not have supremacy.
That's right. So possibly working towards strip.
Working towards strip, working towards broken prospects, most likely. Looks like saw the activation token flipped, so I think Michal is probably gonna go here. And he's choosing to play for the board state rather than the bounty for kills.
Yep, and opting for the rage.
Yes, getting that reroll, I think, very important here.
So this will be
Great success. crits just keep coming, and a crit
success.
in response. This has been absolutely insane with the total number of crits being rolled.
Yeah.
And yes, with the delve from Furain to set up stand firm. So actually quite an interesting play there. Being able to pick up the aggressive claimant for driving the fish off a treasure token. Good call then for the attack on the fish, despite it not being worth bounty because he is holding the treasure.
Right.
So this is obviously two players knowing their target priority based on their hands very well, and us having to guess as to what might be in their hands as to why they're making the activations that they are.
It has been part and parcel this whole week, and I'm sure it will continue.
For sure. We've been better about some than others, but it does take a while. So retaking the treasure and being able to swing back, potentially. Not entirely sure. It looks like yes, this is going to be a charge. Perhaps Giovanni considering whether or not to actually charge. No.
Oh.
Deciding against the charge. I think that. Okay. No.
Okay.
Back to the original plan. And one success, but with cleave. Not that the cleave is going to matter here.
Nope. One dodge.
Which is going to just mean a drive back.
Yep. And because of the rage token, he'd be able to move
regardless.
That squig regardless.
Yeah. The dice have been quite good for both sides so far this game. Makes for some tense moments whenever the dice are hitting the tray. Delving again. Continuing to move tokens around, flipping up and down. Fairly tense game so far. The score looking fairly spread, but that does not mean that things couldn't change quickly. A great speed going out onto...
I believe that's...
Dibs?
Dibs.
Yeah. Judge is at the table right now, just observing. A third activation then for Mikhail. Dibs having the extra speed so that he can grab a token and take a shot. He's the only archer remaining though, so volleys will not be happening here.
Trying to unseat Dune Claw from that token.
It will be quite difficult, but with the number of crits that we've seen rolled so far today,
the stagger reroll
wouldn't be
crit and a block.
Crit to success. Continuing to hold firm. All of these crits. This is, as stated, just absolutely wild defensive rolls so far today. And offensive. I mean, really, it's just been a quick start to the dice here. And we get the burrowing strike coming out onto the fish. That is pretty terrifying to see that fish be able to swing from 2 hexes away and not be worth any bounty. Looks like impossibly quick. Yeah,
it is
impossibly quick coming out onto Dibs to give him that extra defense. Try and make sure that he can keep that token held, at least just for a little while.
So, thinking about...
Here's that Giovanni's play is going to be a charge from Spinefin. Maybe. Talking through the board state, checking with Mikhail about the stats on different fighters.
Yep.
Trying to make sure he has all the information before deciding on an activation. Opting for just a simple charge. Probably trying to set up for the overrun here.
So that is one success.
He only has the one re-roll, so we'll see.
Nope.
And just the one success. So 2 defense dice here.
Yep, because of impossibly quick. No successes.
Nothing. Wow. So despite the extra defensive tech, not enough, but no overrun. But the attrition is starting to add up. We're down quite a few gets bodies already. 4. Another delve there from Duneclaw. Likely still able to see quite a few treasures. We are going to see a grabbing of the treasure again.
This is an inspired Snurk.
And now that he is inspired,
we are going to enrage him.
Yeah, reasonably accurate here, and he's going to be enraged. I will make holding the token harder.
So a crit
so far. Has 2 rerolls because of the stagger.
Another crit.
Another crit. 2 crits again. The crit, only the 1 crit in the defense. And there goes Spinefin. Getting the spear off the table. It is certainly a unappealing proposition to go and try and drive Snurk off that token. But being enraged, if you need him off of it, you can make it happen. Now, he does have the spear toss for the range 2 or 3 attack. I can't remember. When he comes in with Tamael. And that would allow him to avoid spinning and still drive him off the token, but not be able to hold that token himself.
Right.
But Giovanni did go first this round, so that means that all the activations have been taken for the round. We are probably just discussing any more power cards to be played before scoring. There was a quick check of scored cards already by Giovanni. Checking again one more time just to see what else could be coming out. Potentially using that information to help decide as to what power cards could be useful for denying additional scores.
I wonder also if Mikhail is trying to decide whether to delve that token or not. If he delves it, he would be giving up strip.
Yes, I would have to imagine he is not going to be delving. That feels like it would be a pretty large mistake to not be holding a treasure token at the end of this round.
Right.
Opting for the delve,
taking the risk anyway.
Taking the risk, deciding that he doesn't think it's going to be there. Or if he maybe has some other power options, but perhaps he gets the only 1 or fewer, and there's the broken prospects. So for 3 so far. And there's the strip. He should, yeah. Making for a 6. I think that seals this one. I do believe that having scored all of that, Giovanni is going to have, yes, the broken prospects being able to be picked up because that token 5 was held by a friendly fighter. And he also then, okay, so for a 3 glory, but I think the trade there, not worth it. Not impossible to come back here, obviously, but seeing as how Giovanni has scored almost his entire deck and still has the ability to pick up more bounty as well, I think Giovanni is going to be able to adjust his strategy from holding to being a bit more aggressive now.
Right. Yeah, with I think only having 1 objective card remaining.
I think so too. I think just doing a quick double check that the total glory is accurate. Yes, that is what we are doing here. And yes, I believe that is a accurate count.
Yep. Mikhail inspiring more gets after the end phase since he scored more glory.
Yeah, absolutely.
So everyone left alive is inspired now.
Yeah, quite good to have those 2 squigs still swinging around.
Yep.
Ooh, and only a double.
Oh, and the crushing
single, though.
single.
That's crushing. Not getting to go first here again when already pretty significantly behind, right when he can least afford for that to happen.
Yeah. So imagine that we're just going to see a bloodbath for the rest of this game.
I do believe you're correct. I think everyone is just going to be trying to smash each other before the game is over.
You should be all done deploying and
Quick mute for an announcement.
Yep. Thankfully, it was a short one.
Yes.
Mercifully, in fact.
Yep.
All right. Both players looking ready to roll off or to go ahead here. Giovanni choosing to have Michael go first. So a pretty accurate attack coming off of the Bone Cracker here.
That is
Holy
3 crits and a hit.
And he has a reroll as well. Or the
opting not to reroll from the enrage.
Yeah, wow.
That the stream dice gonna stream dice.
Stream dice doing their thing. So another kill there. And that one also for 2 bounty.
Yeah, he could overrun, but may not need to at this point.
Getting a quick comment from Spinnerite that we actually are overestimating how loud the announcements are on stream. So
okay.
Perhaps we don't have to worry about it so much. They're nearly deafening for us. So.
Yeah, they are quite loud. But we will keep our mics on, and then if it gets distracting, just let us know in the chat.
Drawing 2 more power cards. I believe that Giovanni may only have 2 or 3 power cards left in his deck. So being able to see the full breadth of all of his ability. Yes, by the numbers, we did clock that one. We missed, but there was a delve from Snurk. Must be some pillage play still working on by Michael. I think he is going to be sort of forced to keep playing to these delves because he needs to have more end phase glory if he wants to catch up. Being down by 8 at the moment.
Yeah, and having Farain sitting on that treasure token.
Yeah.
Completely blocks strip at this point.
It does. Now he could, in theory, find some ways to hit for more than 2 damage at a time, and so start to chip away at her. But it's certainly not a simple prospect to imagine killing her.
Right.
Michael looking through his scored objectives to try and likely figure out what is the remaining card that is in his pile there.
Is the focus going to be worth it?
Yeah, I would imagine
that last card.
Both players taking a decent amount of time to think through their power card options before activating. I also get the feeling that Giovanni may be, rather than just thinking about getting kills, he may actually be thinking about how can I continue to deny the end phase glory, because if he can do that, I think there's pretty much no path back for Michael at this point. He's just down too much glory. So if he can't score everything, and there we have a Kenny Sapper. Now, when he would want to trigger that, I'm not entirely sure, but having the opportunity to do so is certainly a bit of a problem. Confusion, so swapping those 2, being able to break and teleport Furain. That's okay. So deciding to go after the squig.
Yeah, we may see a play here to just remove pieces, although that squig is charged.
Yeah, remove the most threatening pieces, I think. Although he already charged with the squig, so
right.
Unsure. Maybe just getting far enough away that Furain is not likely to get attacked more than once or twice. And there's the dice from Furain.
So
She has, I believe, one
success.
And
No successes
a lock
from the
instead of a
squig.
dodge. So there goes the first squig. He did his job, though. And giving up no bounty, that squig is not particularly important. Now, Furain also getting a guard token here. That is not ideal. Another delve.
Another
And
delve.
Another delve. We are continuing to see both players flipping. Yes, we get agile for the reroll on Furain. I almost wonder if that's excessive at this point.
Burrowing strike.
I would imagine this is going to go on to Prague. Oh, no. Onto the squig so that he can stand and attack without making a charge. An interesting choice. He won't get to enrage if he doesn't charge. So only 2 swords here, just the 1 success.
A crit and a success.
The reroll, I'm not sure what the reroll was coming from.
Just 1 success.
Yeah.
So 2 damage, but
So 2 damage came out.
not driving back, assuming we want to maintain.
Jared, did you clock what was? Oh, he was staggered.
Yes.
He had just delved. Wow. Look at the board, Phil, not the cards.
It's a lot to keep up with.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot to keep up with.
No.
It looks like a surge was scored, though I'm not entirely sure what. I think.
It appears so. I didn't clock what it was.
Yeah.
We got
Glare
distracted
is just a little
by
bit hard to make it make sense. Another guard token coming out there. We continue to lock down these tokens.
All right, I'm watching back the recording. We'll see what was scored here. Oh, it was not revealed. It was scored from the delve. So I'm not.
Could have been delving for wealth, potentially.
It could have been.
All right, so we're getting a charge here from Zarbag, making his range 3 attack. Gonna try and take out the crab here. Gets 2 successes with the reroll from Enrage, 2 successes. So Duneclaw with the crit defense, standing fast. Well, he's on guard anyway.
Yeah.
But again, nothing going through. The dice, I would say at this point, have been now flipped to be in Giovanni's favor, having been able to defend a number of these attacks when he has many dice plus rerolls. A focus, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Skylar commenting on the shade they threw at Claw with Sirene's Razors, the dead crab on the base. GW has done nothing but throw shade at Claw, who should have won Miniature of the Year when they were released and should have won Miniature of the Decade for Age of Sigmar and was completely robbed. I demand a recount.
Absolutely. So that was Swift Step coming out, so we can see, going to be able to get the additional push after charging. So the squig coming in, going to try and kill and retake that token. He will almost certainly, yes, he has the enraged token, so he is going to have the reroll here.
All right, so that is
3 dice,
1
success to start, and 2 more successes. That's pretty good.
But no crit.
But
probably hoping for the overrun.
No, because he's on guard. He's not trying to overrun. He needs the kill. But he will pick it up. And then he has the swift step, so he can get on the token just as long as he got the kill. which he did. It's 1 bounty. Leaving a Soul Furain to try and win out here. Now, Furain does have 1 damage on her already. I don't know, though. And they're going to scoring. So we get Desolate Homeland and Hold. I believe that's 3-4. Putting Giovanni to 22. And Mikhail a respectable, but just a bit short, 16. I think Dice played a fairly significant factor in this one. And I have to imagine with the re-rack, Mikhail will hope for a bit of a quicker start out the gate.
Yep. All right. Well, while they re-rack, I am going to take a break.
Absolutely. I
I'll
think
be
we
right
will
back.
go to our screensaver here quick as our players reset, and we'll be back shortly.
All right. We're back here watching game 2 of round 1 of the finals. We will update our tableau here. Giovanni taking the first game. Going into the second. Shuffling everything up. Giovanni taking a mulligan on his objectives. Looks like Mikhail is contemplating what to do with his cards, deciding to do the same. I think one of the more contentious, I think, among some people, rules from the new edition is that you get to keep the cards that you mulliganed. To be honest with you, it's one of my favorite, but just having to keep those cards in hand or in deck, not punishing you for an unlucky draw from the start, and just removing 3 cards worth of glory, I think makes for a better game. But that's just one man's opinion. So Michal setting up the board, looking at the other side, contemplating starting hexes and layout. Might be opting for the Spitewood board. So he's taking it out, giving it a glance, comparing deployment options, trying to make the difference to get things rolling better here in game 2 for his warband and deck pairing. But we will see what he ultimately opts for. It looks like we are opting to go to the Spitewood, which will put the Aquagranus tokens in play. Wondering if maybe getting some extra glory from those Aquagranus tokens since he has the fighters to do so. But we'll see. We have some wistful nostalgia happening in the chat, talking about Rhyme Block Relics and Malevolent Masks. It's always good to remember the good times.
For sure. I think Malevolent Masks, especially for me, was a really well-designed and fun deck.
Yeah, it felt very thematic. It worked well with itself. And I had fun playing it with Velmorn.
I bet.
Yeah, so being able to say, I don't know, bring Jedrin back onto the table for one more attack.
Yep.
Always felt nice.
Always good.
So feature token placement looking fairly similar.
Yes.
Other than now we do have a feature token in no one's territory, which we did not have last game.
True. And we do have those 2 Waystone hexes on this side of the board. So as expected, Michael wanting to play here in Spitewood to give even more rerolls for his fighters.
Yeah. There is a potential if a fighter is staggered, if the target is staggered and you are enraged and you are in a Waystone.
Yeah, three potential rerolls there if you have.
Do we see another, not that Perfect Strike is not in play.
Yeah.
But do we see another multi-dice, all successes attack happen in this game?
Could be.
We can only hope.
We can only hope. Now, I do wonder who, if either of these players will want to be able to play for these Aquagranus tokens. Now, both warbands have enough bodies that they can, and there's certainly enough speed coming from Giovanni's Elthanes. And in fact, it would probably be pretty rude to just park Furain on an Aqua Granis token.
I agree wholeheartedly. That would be very rude indeed. It was bad enough that she was just sitting there on feature tokens, likely blocking much of Mikhail's scoring just from being on the token, but also just by existing and being nearly unkillable.
Yeah, being very hard to kill. Now, I think if he had committed a lot of resources into her, he probably could have taken her out. He had plenty of damage to do so, but it would have meant taking at least probably 3 attacks to do it, and that's assuming that he was hitting with Snurk as one of those hits as well.
No. So
a fairly loaded up bottom board here, trying to play the spread board so that not all of the goblins are in range right away. But that may actually be fine. Mikhail can use those goblins up top for delving and let the ones down bottom do the work. Now, Mikhail finally getting a win on these roll-off dice and having the choice, I would think he's going to choose to go first. He has plenty of options to be able to move multiple squigs and or goblins, cover up some tokens, and still get charges as well.
it is always striking to see 9 fighters arrayed across the board for view.
It is. The board being just absolutely packed full of bodies. I'm sure in the Gets mirror, there is hardly enough spots to put all the models.
Yeah. I like that you can place one of the squigs in enemy territory.
Yeah,
if that's how it
if
shakes
you'd like
out.
to put Drizzt that far forward, absolutely. Allowing for some extremely aggressive squig placement. But no, Giovanni going to go first. The charge here. So he will get the bonus on the spear throw because he's charging. And it looks like, well, I don't know which goblin he's choosing to attack, but these are 2 juicy targets regardless. So 3 successes, including a crit, I believe.
That is correct.
Unless this is the range 3.
Can't imagine.
No, and so it was the range 2, and there goes Zarbag. And then he can use the push towards. Now, I don't know that push with the fish was any. Yeah, correct. That is not going to be any closer. So instead, just choosing to push diagonally towards. Choosing to delve with Duneclaw. Get the flip game going quickly. Now, I think it's a fairly safe delve with Duneclaw because he is on 2 block with 3 health. But you never know. These extremely accurate attacks from these squigs plus the reroll from being staggered would certainly mean that every delve is risky. All right, so Mikhail choosing to just charge forward with Drizzt here.
Aiming for the fish.
Yeah, just start thinning bodies
so
right away.
1 success.
The 1 success and only 1 success. That's an attack dice. We'll re-roll that. And then with the defensive crits, just continuing to be rude here.
Yeah.
Giovanni having all the luck on the defensive rolls so far. Mikhail's got to be hoping that that stops here at some point in this round. In terms of positioning, that does allow for some flexibility for choices as to what to do now for Giovanni. He still is able to keep a lot of this additional goblins at bay by being far away from them, but with Snurk hanging out on that token, trying to move to it is going to be damaging. But Furain is okay with taking that 1 damage. She is willing to come in and try and put some damage down. She has 3 swords, I believe, on this attack.
No successes.
And nothing in response. So no one rolling any successes there. That maybe is a first for this game. or this match. So power card coming out, settling in with Furain, so she is on guard on that token after delving it, and that way she is counting 4 of the facings of the dice as successes, while also having the ability to stand fast on any successful attack, assuming you can actually get a hit through. You have to almost hope at this point that you've got some plus dice cards in hand so that Snurk can actually attempt some of those attacks, because 2 swords into Furain is probably not going to do the trick by itself.
Right.
We're seeing the War Scroll ability used to push the squigs so that we can get them closer. Foregoing their ability to hold and delve this round so that they can be a little bit more aggressive. A power card coming out to get extra speed. That is going to be very helpful here, being that Giovanni was trying, as it seems, to keep a lot of these fighters at bay. And so, starting the assault on Elethane himself. Choosing to grab the token rather than jump into the Waystone Hex, likely because grabbing the Waystone would, in fact, give Elethane a bonus to defense as well. The single success so far, and the reroll for 2 successes. He needs the crit, and he doesn't get it this time. That'll be for 2 damage.
So another great start.
And he gets the best foot forward.
On doing damage to Elethane.
Yeah, so taking out Elethane quickly certainly is what we saw last game. You have to hope that it can hold better than it did in the last game.
Yeah, Skylar asking if we saw slow advance last game. I'm not
slow
sure
advance?
We did.
I don't believe so, no.
Nope. So a 12 from Urain, back to treasure token.
Yes. So more delves could be building towards a delving for wealth. Not usually a lot of reason to keep delving the same token over and over if you don't have that card in your deck.
Yep. All right. So Giovanni thinking about his third activation.
To count out something. Not entirely sure what it is that Giovanni is asking about. So both players studying the board quite a bit before deciding to commit to anything. I think Giovanni has the option to play some more power card, or yeah, I think it is Giovanni's choice for power cards at the moment.
So another contemplative round for us here to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to imagine that both players are really feeling it now, because after getting the 1 win, it is entirely possible that Giovanni's feeling a little bit of pressure to win this one 2-0, and Michael an equal pressure to get back in this round and try and make it sporting for 3 games.
Right.
But being that these are the finals, these are some of the best players in the world and the best players of the best players in the world.
That's correct.
So it is always going to be a hard-fought victory, no matter what the case may be. I do wonder if perhaps the objective hand is asking a few different things of Giovanni, and he's having to really consider how to sequence out his next few actions.
That's true. That's a good thought. A lot of the objectives in Pillage and Emberstone could conflict.
They can. And knowing what the timing needs to be for the sequence of everything can be very important. So thinking a few steps ahead, very important. Looks like Elthane wants to get away from that squig. This is a fairly inopportune situation to have a zero bounty fighter now standing and holding that Aqua Garanis token. Now it is an interesting situation in that the 2 bouncy does clarify that you cannot hold treasures and you cannot delve features, but it doesn't say anything about how you interact with Aqua Garanis.
That's right. Yep. So it looks like possibly a charge onto Trizkit.
Yep, a supported attack here. Getting 3 successes, that is quite good, I believe. Yes, because he is on re-rolling one of those for a...
Yep.
Or was he using his range 3 attack?
No, that would be... that would have been 2 dice.
Yeah,
he may have
okay.
been looking for a crit.
Okay.
Yeah,
I suppose.
possibly hoping for the overrun. Just to reposition.
Yeah, could be.
But with or to block a stand fast to ensure that the 2 damage goes through.
Yeah, so he could get the drive back. Yes, that is probably it.
Yep. All right.
But yes, the squig coming back in response, and he is going to get the extra dice. That is, I don't remember the name of the
I believe
card.
it is Venting Strike.
Venting Strike, yes. We saw it from Hawthorne.
And will allow him to remove the rage.
2 successes, the reroll from the Enrage. Just the 2 successes, but that could be enough,
Yep.
I believe.
2 defense, single are we attacking Elethane?
Elethane.
That makes sense. I thought he was going for the crab, which didn't make sense to me.
So a 2 bounty kill there, and fairly important as it does, again, deny the resurrection.
All right.
Stand firm again.
Yep.
Making it almost impossible to stop because of Furaine's ability to always stand fast when you succeed attacks against her.
That's right. And with the Gar token, as you mentioned before,
yeah, she couldn't be driven back regardless. Really, the best play you have into her is Confusion if you have it available. But as we know, Confusion not available in either of the decks that Mikhail is playing.
Right. You just have to do a 5 damage attack.
Lure of Battle, yes, a 5 damage attack. Lure of Battle could draw her away as well, I suppose.
But yep, also not available in
no, not available because he doesn't have Blazing. But another card, at least in the card pool, that could be used.
Right.
It does feel like dealing with Furaine may actually be essential to victory here. I know the score is still incredibly close, but as we saw with the last game, the end phase scoring is what really did the trick for Elethanes here. And another delve. So we have seen the 3 delves, so Broken Prospects could very easily come out here. And there are 3 tokens delved down, which could mean that Torn Landscape could score for either player. Disrupting those plays from Mikhail may not be to his advantage, but he can keep Strip under wraps by using Scurries towards the end of the round. He has 1 more activation, and he can move up. He can move up 1 of his gits and leave another one on a token. But unclear if that is the exact right play, because I don't know if those shots from the bows are going to be effective enough.
Might be worth it for the charge
Yeah,
to try to take out the fish
could take out Spinefin just to clear the token.
and still
But
scurry onto
before we
another
get to
token.
that, we do have Giovanni's final activation. And he is going to choose to... Oh, we're going to think about it for a little bit more. Track the board state again. Make sure that it's clear as to where all the fighters are going to need to be. Plan out how all the delves should be handled as well.
Yep. John Grant commenting in the stream that the squig on the Aqua Garanis token
Yes,
is clever.
Very clever to use those zero bounty fighters to hold those. Equally rude when you see somebody you do so with a resurrected fighter, since they're, again, worth zero bounty.
Right.
Of course, in this case, I don't believe he would be willing to just leave the squig there the whole game, because doing so would mean foregoing a fairly useful attack profile. But at least for round one, I am sure he's okay with that spot, being able to have gotten an attack and hold down that token.
Right.
All right, so Agile is coming out onto Furain, just to make her a little bit more defensive.
Giovanni very clearly saying, good luck.
Yeah, you can try to kill her if you'd like. It will take every ounce of effort that you have, and you still may not be able to do it. Putting out Glory Seeker so that you can have the 4 damage attack into Furain from Snurk, so at least thinking about going for that.
And it would be enough at this point.
It would be enough
with
if
the
you
one
can get
damage.
it through. It's perhaps worth the Hail Mary. You might just get lucky. Now, just standing there and making the attack without any sort of accuracy boost does not feel very useful. 2 swords into all that defense, no. And he is going to instead choose to charge away and try for a different kill.
Contemplating his
Tamael,
choice.
quite a bit easier to hit. With the charge, he will be able to enrage, so having the reroll.
It is unfortunately still 2 swords.
Yeah, so almost 3 swords, I guess.
But
no successes so far. The reroll will say, and he's playing a card as well, so he has the reroll from the card now as well to get to reroll both dice.
to
It's the
one success.
Ooh. Oh, and he
not a
does go
success.
through. Wow, that's pretty big.
That
Gets
is,
2 bounty off that shot, and making the risky but valuable play, taking out Tamael there.
Right.
Now, of course, the kill effective, but sort of entirely leaving the board state to Giovanni, which we saw last round, and a bit scary to do. Giovanni, in a way, being forced to delve that back, though, so that he doesn't accidentally give up Strip the Realm himself. We go to scoring. We see Broken Prospects come out. We also see a hold treasure 3 or 4. So for a 3 glory end phase to keep the score tied until the Aqua Garanis comes out. No end phase scoring, it looks like, for Michael, unless he just grabbed his Aqua Garanis glory right away. So upgrades, we're getting, I believe that's great strength. Or is that great fortitude? Either way, getting rid of against the odds from Michael. Probably just trying to dig deeper for some higher scoring cards. Also probably realizing that trying to control the board against these fish very, very hard.
Oh, and another discard.
Yeah, getting rid of Strip the Realm, which I think is the right choice, but unfortunately that does allow for Giovanni to now play without having to think about Strip anymore. Haymaker is coming out, it looks like. He is going to be playing out the 2 damage Grievous. Trying to decide, though, which fighter it would go on to. And it will be on his Inspired Squig. So a very accurate, very high damage Squig attack. With 3 hammers and 4 damage. With the potential enraged reroll as well.
Yeah. Much closer game state at this point than we saw going into round 2 of game 1.
The score is incredibly close. I missed the roll. I looked like a hammer and a crit. So again, Mikhail having the luck turn around for the roll-offs and having the option to continue to bring some aggression and pressure on his opponent. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a charge, yes, onto the crab right away here. Using the Haymaker and using the Waystone Hex to have the reroll for 2 rerolls on 3 hammers.
That feels pretty good.
Yes. With
that
a crit and a success to start, having more rerolls than is necessary always feels good.
Yep.
That is not going to be... Oh.
That
One
was
cocked
cocked.
Die with a success, and not a success.
And a success
or
because
no,
he's in a cover.
He is in cover, so that is a success. I believe that was the Haymaker Squig.
It was. Thankfully, because the attack failed,
yeah, the
Haymaker
attack
stays
failed,
on.
So, but now he won't be able to make the attack again. So the 4 damage potentially not going to be able to be used. Knife to the heart. The ping, I believe.
I think so.
No, choosing to drive back. So sort of rewinding slightly.
Yeah, I believe the drive back makes more sense.
Yeah. But that does mean now that Giovanni should be aware that knife to the heart can come out. And that is a bit of a scary prospect.
That is.
So,
is that burrowing
putting out the burrowing strike on Furain. She has 1 success, 2 successes, 1 crit. With a crit only on the defense for Snurk. So 2 damage in response there. Good drive back, but I'm guessing he's probably okay with just leaving there and gets the aggressive defender.
Sure.
So very nice to have the extra reach to be able to stay on the treasure and still swing.
Yep.
And then using the yes, Prideful Duelist and getting Furain back to full health, that is going to be pretty unfortunate. And after the activation can move the sea critters and
towards
gets back on the token there.
Yep. Probably a slight misplay on Mikhail's drive back positioning.
Yes, he could have driven back in a different direction to not allow for the push to get back onto the token.
Certainly a mistake I would have made.
And it's a very subtle one as well, having to try and remember that those pushes are always in play as long as an elf can activate, and thinking sort of in the lines of where the fish, crab, and elves line up so that you know where the possible landing spots are.
Yeah.
Yes, just a little bit of talk about the burrowing strike there.
Yep. Spinner asking for Gartok back.
Hey, I'd be all for it if they want to bring back Magor's Fiends with some revamped stats.
Yeah.
All right, so looks like both power steps have passed. Mikhail getting to make another choice for his activation. Going to be a charge and a scurry.
Oh, no, just a double move.
Oh, just moves. All right, so he is just doing the sally forth and careful survey. Very nice. Just some quick positional scoring to get a little bit further ahead.
Now we see an inspired Snurk.
Yes, and then also choosing to inspire Drizgit. I believe Drizgit gets more accurate when he inspires.
I think you are correct. Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
goes to 3 hammers, which is quite good. And starting the delving, back there with, I believe that's Stickit.
That is. You can see the arrow in his hood, which is
Yes.
how I always remember.
Yeah.
Redcap has the mushroom hat,
Yep. And then the other one's the other one.
and the other one is Dibs. All right, the
The
crab
Toon
is.
Claw charge.
I do appreciate. I don't know if it was on purpose, but the fact that Giovanni moved the
Moved
crab
him
sideways.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
I hope it was on purpose.
A crit.
It's a crit success.
I believe.
The stream dice.
Oh, wow.
So
all these crits. Continuing the tense moments in the dice rolls. Makes for a pretty tough scenario, though, to figure out what is best to do here when you're not able to get these bodies off the board for all of these gets. Board control is still very much in play for Mikhail. And moving off of the treasures means that now Giovanni's going to have to probably find a way to get his fighters back on those tokens for his scoring. Trap cash on Furain, get the ping back. So we know he also has Knife to the Heart in hand. So it is not impossible to imagine. Okay, so Prague moving up.
is that a tunneling? Oh no, that was just a charge.
Just repositioning. Could be that he is wanting to have the supports for when he brings Drizgit in to try and smack the crab. 3 hammers with single supports would be quite good.
Yep.
Quick discussion about the upgrades that are on the fighters. Just a discussion of Snurk's Glory Seeker. Probably trying to think through Urain potentially being able to do something to not be in threat range of Snurk, but yes, there, the healing potion coming out after figuring out that, yes, there was the 4th damage available. Just having some pretty great power card of options here, being able to keep Furain topped up so that even with all this damage, not able to threaten. And so this is going to be, yes, the Drizgit charge. He is using the bonus attack dice because of the adjacent goblin. Grot, I should say. So he'll end up with 4 hammers with a reroll and single support.
That is
3 successes
3
to start, and
successes.
the reroll will
With the
say
reroll, we'll say
a 4th success. A crit success not going to be enough. No overrun, but he will take the 2 damage. Now, will he want to drive him back? I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
So, getting extremely distracted, it appears that there is a Necron Lord.
Yeah, just wandering through the hall.
I'm sure that there will be coverage on the Warcom site of all of the fantastic costumes that have been wandering through the halls as
Yes.
part of the 40K narrative. But back to Warhammer Underworlds.
Yes, a delve from Drizgit now after he landed that 2 damage on Doonclaw.
And it appears he did choose to drive back.
And yes, he did. Try and keep Drizzt a little bit safer. Although being enraged, trying to hold, or no, he maybe didn't put out the green tokens as he has been. So maybe he chose not to enrage Drizzt, but Furain deciding to bring the fight to Drizzt, try and keep fighters off of these treasure tokens. No, rethinking, choosing to delve in the power step. That
Delve in the
is,
power step first.
Okay, and then having to take back the activation to delve then gives the additional opportunity for Mikhail to put out the Wary Delver guard token.
Giovanni
no.
maybe tipping his hand.
Yeah, that was perhaps a may regret that slightly. But Drizzt getting attacked here, I believe.
Two
Two
crits.
crits. Wow.
So
2 defense die. No, just
the
one
single defense die.
Yeah, he does.
There's only 2 damage.
And he will be taken out of action.
Oh, so it must be great strength. The card with Fuel Grimnir.
Well, Drizzt already had 2 damage on him.
Oh, that is correct.
So
yes.
Yeah. Furain only needed to land the attack. It didn't really matter about the damage. But being able to overrun is pretty clutch to grab that objective 5 after leaving the token that was delved down.
Right.
40K and Sigmar GT players, you should be finishing battle round 1 and ignoring the large necron at the top. End of battle round 1.
Close, very, very close score. Board control does still appear to be possible for Giovanni, but he doesn't have very many fighters on tokens. So Mikhail using the excess bodies to start to grab all these tokens. It will be interesting to see what all the end phase scoring is. There's so many possibilities. It's really hard to speculate as to what each player is working towards. Using the spear with the single support, we're going to try to burrowing strike here. We get the 1 crit, a reroll because of the stagger status. We'll say just the 1 success. So
a single
at least
success
a chance here
does not land.
And there goes 1 more goblin. Tying things up as we go, I believe, into scoring here after power cards. Mikhail taking a quick look at the scored objectives so that he can try and decide as to what else could be coming out. Likely tracking that Strip the Realm already gone, so he doesn't have to feel beholden to holding these treasures. We already also saw Broken Prospects, I believe.
I think so.
So really, it's just the question of, does Mikhail want to try to score his own Torn Landscape, or does he think it would be better to deny it? I have to imagine, or no, the Strip the Realm that had gone away is Mikhail's, so it is
it's a risky
again,
position.
a risky play to delve down there.
Possibly
we saw this
opening.
Last game.
We did. So possibly opening Strip.
So getting no contest because the enemy leader was slain.
Broken Prospects.
Broken Prospects for having the delves.
And then
the
an additional broken for Aqua Garanus. So a 4 glory in phase.
Which is good, but if he gave up Strip again, no. Iron Grasp.
2.
Holding the only one in the territory. The Torn Landscape, because
another 2.
Fairly inevitable.
And then
Desolate Homeland.
Okay.
So for a 5. The score, of course, staying very close, but the ceiling is somewhat limited now for Mikhail.
Yep.
He will have to really hope he is able to pick up the remaining kills, I think, if he wants to shut the door on this game.
Right.
But he is certainly well positioned now to be able to make a number of powerful attacks with high damage and high accuracy.
Yep. Giovanni, I think just helping Mikhail confirm that he's taken his glory for the Aqua Granis.
Yep.
Excellent sports, as we have seen all week.
Yeah. And so Keen Eye going out onto the Haymaker Squig, that is definitely a terrifying prospect of a 4-hammer attack for 4 damage.
Yep. That is easily a dead crab. I say easily, but we have seen that sometimes the dice decide otherwise.
Yes.
All right, so moving into round 3 with a 1 glory differential, a far cry from where we sat moving into round 3 in game 1.
Absolutely. The end phase scoring much more consistent for both sides of this game. And the crit again, Mikhail having complete control of the activation order in this game. It feels like such a minor choice in the game, but I believe that making it correctly at the right time has a fairly large impact on deciding who is really going to be able to come out victorious.
Yeah. So
starting with just a
bow shot.
Bow shot, yeah. So
that is 2
successes, one of them being a crit. With 2 successes, I believe.
It is, which is a tie. Which could mean a drive back if...
Yeah, on the tie, drive back is possible. Because Furian can only get to stand fast on successful attacks.
But maybe wanting to keep things in range?
Playing by the numbers. Oh, the attack was on to the crab.
Ah, that makes more sense to me.
But still went through.
Because the crab is on shields. Yep,
yeah.
We were looking at the wrong fighter.
Yeah.
Classic us.
That is a bit of a problem when we are watching here, not being able to hear what's happening at the table, having to just guess when players don't point to who they're targeting. Which, of course, there is no obligation that they do so. But having only Furian left, trying to score some of this remaining glory may be a bit difficult.
What could Mikhail be sitting on to score in his end phase that would prevent him from blocking Giovanni's strip at this point?
What did we see last game?
Because he's already scored Torn Landscape.
Yes.
He scored Desolate
Broken
Homeland.
Prospects.
Broken
Desolate
Prospects.
Homeland. He pitched against the odds and stripped the realm. So I think at this point, a lot of his end phases are going to be small things.
But nothing that requires, like nothing that would be blocked if he was standing on a treasure token.
I believe so.
At this point. All right, so
Choosing
we are
to use Canny Sapper and then push.
Oh, it may have been a
sidestep to break the Canny Sapper to then push adjacent.
So now we get a free attack without the charge.
Yes. He won't have the reroll from Enraged, but he is quite accurate anyway, and he has the reroll from the Stagger.
Right. And
he is going to... Just showing that he will be scoring Surge from this.
That is 2 successes.
To start with the crit is pretty good. Reroll says just
2 successes.
2 block, which I do not believe is going to work.
It's not a success, but
he will get to stand fast.
So it is.
That was a 4 damage attack, I believe.
Yep. Oh, she is on guard.
Oh, yes, on guard, so still a tie.
Attack fails.
Could have driven back if he wanted to, but chose not to.
All right, so delving for wealth from Giovanni. I think looking at a single fighter on the board, Giovanni probably does not have any good options for stopping, for scoring strip.
He is going to have a hard time. Basically, this is going to come down to will Furian survive, I think. If Furian does go down, that that is most likely going to mean that Mikhail gets to score out what he wants. And to your point, strip is basically guaranteed to be denied here.
I think I missed
The glory point.
Glory from somewhere. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. So we are tied.
Tied again, yes. So Barry Delver is already on guard. Yeah, I think this might be a focus right now. He's choosing which cards to discard, looking for a few extra tools to help Farain. Continuing to think through this focus. He may pitch the entire hand. Although at the same, yeah, he pitches all the power, or no, 4 of the power cards. Yes, and so discarding many power cards, but not having enough to actually draw.
Yep.
Now, a delve back down. Mikhail probably working towards some sort of a delving score. Could be his own delving for wealth. And probably just going to go for the swing from the swig again. He still has enough activations to do it. Going to do a quick check, though, of what bounty is left from the objective deck before he continues this attack. Those stacks now both ending up together. That's a little unfortunate in that they're trying to keep separate the scored and unscored cards. Hopefully, Giovanni has a good sense of which cards he scored and which ones he didn't, which I'm sure he does.
Right.
Giovanni looking through all of his power cards. I'm not entirely sure what he needed to check for because he has his entire deck out.
Yeah, maybe he thought he hadn't seen something that he had discarded at this point.
I have to imagine that the amount of time being taken to assess power cards and count cards that could be remaining for objectives, Giovanni may be feeling a bit of pressure here. I do not blame him.
Okay. So Giovanni just taking some more time to think about his power step.
I hope that we get these activation tokens corrected here. Mikhail flipping a token, but I think only because he had already flipped, I believe. Oh no, because he took the shot and then it chomped. So no, this is correct.
Is third,
he is flipping the token now to do his third activation. But again, looking through the cards, he's wanting to assess what are the available power options.
Yep, and I think at this level of play, my understanding is that the players sitting at our table probably know with about 90%, if not more, of their opponent's deck.
Probably. Or at the very least, they are tracking
so we are taking the charge.
Getting that additional reroll, trying to make sure that this attack lands this time.
Yes.
Yes, getting the enraged token.
Yep.
What a dice falling out of the tray.
So two successes.
2 successes so
with
far
two
with
rerolls.
2 rerolls.
You gotta hope for one more success.
Oh my goodness, a crit and a success. The double crit would have been useful.
So it'll be 3 damage.
So standing fast to survive the hit, but going all the way down to 1 damage. And we know from seeing it earlier, unless he discarded it, there is a twist the knife, or knife to the heart.
Knife to the heart could come out.
And although I don't believe that card can kill.
Yeah, I think maybe you are correct. The cards that can kill vulnerable fighters are few and far between. Not vulnerable.
Yeah, so somewhat unfortunate that he wasn't able to put the additional damage on first before coming in with the extremely accurate Haymaker attack.
Oh.
That is Duelist that was just played out onto Furain so that she can try and reposition after attacking, although I don't know if there would really be a reason. Oh, she's going to charge. Get away from the squigs, I suppose.
Try to get...
But I almost wonder if that's even...
So we're doing...
Putting out another upgrade. I think that was impossibly quick.
Yes.
To add some additional defense.
Yep.
Yes, so making the attack here.
So Furain stacked with defensive upgrades. I don't think a lot offensive.
Wow, only the one success.
So
the
a success.
Cover, so
yep.
Succeeding.
Yep.
Denying the attack that. Using the Duelist then. Repositioning after the Duelist to set up a future attack. I'm not sure though that I like that move just because he could have done the same thing by moving onto a token.
Right.
It is, I think, probable that that goblin is not going to be staying there.
Cannot imagine that that is the case.
Although, this is Mikhail's final activation as we move back to Mikhail. So, if he wants to take out Furain, he needs to land one more hit.
Oh, what is the best option for that at this point?
That's a great question. And perhaps difficult to assess. The speed, I think, is a bit of a problem because the squigs cannot reach Furain anymore. And those are the most accurate option.
I believe that you are looking at a 3 dice for swords bow shot in hopes that you get through 2 dodge.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Contemplating our power step here.
Yeah.
It's final activation.
Another delve.
A delve. Again, I'm thinking about that strip card.
I think it has to be top of mind right now. Absolutely.
So
now,
whatever Mikhail's final
course,
activation is, I think he needs a fighter on a feature token to flip into a treasure token.
And I think he'll be able to. He'll be able to manage that.
Yeah, ideally not adjacent to Furain.
Something that is worth tracking right now is that that additional squig is not likely to move. There is a possibility here that if Furain does not get taken out of action, Mikhail is also making the play for the Aqua Granis token to offset the glory that would be coming from Mikhail's Aqua Granis.
Oh, that's true.
So this may all just come down to one final roll to take out Furain. Mikhail is in position. He could just delve that again after either his next activation or after the final activation by Giovanni. So denying strip does feel perfectly reasonable here.
Right. Are there any other push cards available for Furain at this point?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I believe they have all been used. We saw Confusion get used, although that's not really a push. We saw Sidestep, and I believe those are the only options that he had available.
Okay.
A sort of palpable tension at the table at this point as both players contemplate all the remaining possible moves, possible cards.
We have some Italian in the chat. Go to translate.google.com. Let's see. It appears to be encouragement for Giovanni. But okay, so it appears to be saying if Gio with all of the O's is in a reference to Giovanni, then it looks like we need a judge. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to track a judge down for our players.
Yeah, that would be great. We are going to try and get a ruling on a card here before taking the next activation.
All right, so we've got the judges at the table. I'd be curious to know what the question is, but I'm also trying not to hover. So
it appears that the discussion is around the timing on Canny Sapper, which I think is fairly clear. I think most players understand that when you play out the card,
right,
is that before the card can resolve is when Canny Sapper should trigger. So I think what this is informing is that Giovanni is probably thinking about playing out Canny Sapper. So I'm not entirely sure why he's considering that.
Macau doing some mental math, it appears.
Trying to think through positioning, finding ways to...
Okay, so the charge onto the feature token.
Okay, so charging away as I sort of expected.
So that
oh
is
no,
one success. There is a reroll for the stagger.
Though? He did.
But it's a one
no.
single success and a
the one
success.
So no.
So the damage does not go through.
Terrain
that leaves
will
Swayran
survive.
alive.
And as we had discussed, this may have been the last opportunity. Choosing to make an attack back.
Additional glory for the kill. One
success in response, and a crit to
so
defend.
the stand
so
fast.
both players using their last activations to try to get that additional kill.
Doing the delve.
Plays the Canny Sapper.
Oh no.
He's realizing something about the fact that and then sidestepping.
Oh.
And confusion. Yes. Yes. The confusion play.
Oh,
the confusion play must have happened in our.
So this will be stripped.
That will seal the game. Wow.
And I think I don't.
That is quite the sequence
to
have available. That is quite the sequence to have available.
Yeah. Don't think that there was a way to block that.
No, that play I think was going to be available regardless.
All right, so we'll get Torn Landscape.
Torn Landscape for 2, and then the one additional.
We'll get
Desolate Homeland. And he'll also get one for Aqua Guaranis.
So this is going to be quite tight.
That does mean the score is still very tight. Strip the realm. had delved with the crab earlier. Did we see a tie?
With the win on tiebreakers, because
the tiebreaker would go to Giovanni at the moment.
Oh. Okay.
Just barely.
We'll see.
I believe that is a correct count from what I'm seeing. He has the Strip the Realm. So his total objective glory looks to be 15 or 14. And then the kill glory. Yes, yes, both players were in fact counting correctly. Very interesting. If he had delved in a different spot.
I think
no, it wouldn't have mattered.
Sidestep
it wouldn't have mattered.
It would not have mattered.
Delve,
as soon as he had revealed the delve,
yep, that was
would have
when
been
he was
able to
going
react
be able to
and put on Canny
make
Sapper
the play
and then
get stripped.
Yeah, and if Mikhail passes and opts not to delve, then Giovanni passes.
Yeah.
And the power step is over. There's no more opportunity.
Yep, and that would just be game.
Yep. All right, so it looks like the players are going to go to game 3.
Yes, they're resetting. Mikhail winning the or no.
Giovanni should.
Yeah, Giovanni got the win, I believe.
Should win because he is on the feature token, and this makes me question.
I think maybe our glory counts were off.
They are tied.
We maybe ask the table for a double check.
Yeah, let me double check.
Because they're shuffling.
That's what I'm saying. No, I think they were tied on glory. Hold on, let's go. We're going to go on mute. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Yes, we'll be right back.
Okay, so Jared being super good at keeping up with the glory. The end was 19-18 in Mikhail's favor, so the feature token does not matter.
Yes.
I'm an idiot.
Nope. It's a simple mistake. I think it is hard to track all these tokens as they come out for the glory and keeping our track correct along with our opponents.
So we will reset all the things. We will update the banners to credit
Mikhail
with his
1-1
round win.
With an incredibly tight game 2. As you would hope. It was
Yeah. 3 points from Aqua Granus token for Mikhail. So, and Spinnerite commenting, as we have commented several times, the 0 bounty fighter sitting on an Aqua Granus token, gaining 3 glory. Just here, have a free supremacy.
Yeah. As I saw earlier in the chat, didn't have time to comment because there was a lot of action in this game, but folks discussing whether or not Squigs should really be 0 bounty and perhaps what to do about 0 bounty fighters overall. I generally agree that having some way to adjust for what 0 bounty fighters can do may be required, but as of right now, That is the rules as they are, and we'll have to just deal with it. I'm sure that there's plenty of folks who, well, entertained by a very different and very aggressive version of Zarbags maybe are a little tired of Zarbags being so good.
Right.
But thankfully, we did get a fairly substantial nerf to them before this tournament, because I think we would have had a pretty substantial situation like last year where Drom, and in this case, would have been the thing that overall dominated the field if they hadn't gotten that nerf. Both players kindly cutting each other's decks, making sure there is no concern about any stacked decks or other issues.
Here's we are.
Yep. Doing the mulligans, making sure everyone's happy with their hands before the board choice.
Seems like the mulligans worked out for both of them last round.
I believe so, yes.
So, crucial part of the game.
And to be fair, the dice were a bit more even throughout that second game, I think. And,
that is also true.
Helps keep things tight.
Yep. So I wonder if we'll see any faster play from these two here in the third game.
It is possible, although we do have a 2-hour break after this round.
That's true.
And the judges were informing the players that that time is theirs to use, and if they go over, it's not going to be as much of a problem because we have such a long break.
Right. And the last thing that I would want in the finals for any of these games is for any of these players to feel rushed.
Yes.
To not be able to feel like they were able to take the time to play at their best.
Yeah. We don't really want mistakes in the finals of Worlds because players were feeling under the gun with a clock. One final cut here for Michael. And we get the roll here for the board. Ooh, just with a single, and we continue to have the crit roll-offs for Michael.
Yeah, I think
he's going to be pretty
just opt
happy
for the same board.
Stay on the same board. Now, I think worth noting that we now know from having watched these games that they are opting to have more stagger hexes, so they have more places to end up with their teleport cards.
Yeah.
If they were to flip the board, there's only the one, and it's only in the center of the board, so not as useful when you're wanting to teleport.
Right. Yep. Yeah. A pleasant sporting chuckle from Giovanni as Mikhail opted to stay on the same board.
Oh, you didn't want to change?
Yeah.
Now it is interesting because the rules did have to change with the second edition because we didn't have enough boards to force games to have to use different facings of boards.
Right.
I do wonder, now that we have more choices, if maybe we do go see the game move back to forcing choices to change.
Yeah.
As of right now, with only the 8 facings total, if you consider an orientation to be a facing, that may not be prudent just because there are very few choices.
Right. I, like most of the community, I'm just thankful that we don't have to only play on Emberguard boards anymore.
Yeah, we at least have a choice now. And a really interesting board. I honestly find the Spite Wood board to be much more dynamic than the Emberguard board. There are, of course, reasons for wanting the Emberguard board, but choosing to go directly in the center of the board with that token should be for an interesting choice. Could be that Michael is wanting to make sure that token placement is within reach of a lot of his fighters.
I have noticed that we have not put any feature tokens next to Waystone hexes this time.
No, I think trying to avoid that, and in this case, I think Michael is placing this one likely in an attempt to deny the back part of the board for Giovanni, but thinking better of it, deciding to take one for his own back line instead.
And more placement that prevents quite as early of a push from the sea creatures.
Yeah.
And bearing the Aqua Garanis tokens, Mikhail opting to put his next to the Waystone Hex.
Yeah.
Which I believe makes sense.
Right. Having finished placing Aqua Garanis, Mikhail will have to start deploying first. Almost certainly one of his archer squigs will come out and choosing to put them on the back line.
Nope, stick it. Nope.
No, deciding to rethink that position.
Accidentally shoved off this. Oh no, there's the pair there.
All right.
So stick it in dibs.
Yep, stick in dibs. Okay, I believe that placement is to allow for pushing the crab onto that objective. Prague?
Depending on where the first fighter goes, either the fish or the crab could get pushed onto one of those feature tokens.
In theory, yes. The directionality of pushing onto objective 4 is going to make a little bit trickier, because the push does have to be closer. A bit more of a split deployment here. Rain being fairly centrally located, though, so that she has plenty of options as to where to charge to and lock down on the board.
Are we going to see a squig start next to Tamael?
Very possibly.
And there it is.
And there it is. It is a fairly scary prospect there.
Oh, so there's the hammer.
Hammer.
And the surrounded.
And double. So given that very aggressive placement of those squigs, I would have to imagine Mikhail is going to want to go first. But killing Tamael first is a bit risky when you have so many small fighters that can be taken out and then used for the revive right away.
That's right. Yep. Could be fun. I was going to say it could be fun to see an early charge from Snurk onto the Waystone Hex.
If he has something else in hand to give more accuracy, I could see that. But no, opting for Zarbag to just take the center and have a fairly accurate range check here. Getting a crit.
Unsure who he was targeting.
Yeah, it looked like it was Elethane. So the crit
one
ending up doing the job, putting a damage down. This could just be a job to soften things up. And using the squig placement to be able to score careful survey on the first activation.
Without having to move any of those fighters.
Yeah,
would have scored that regardless.
And then being able to delve to get the ball rolling with the delve plan right away. Pillage and Plunder still continuing to show why it is the most popular deck to be used in the game.
It is a good one, and one that I haven't played with as much, but may find myself trying it out after having seen it so many times this week. And going on guard?
Yes, going on guard with Zarbag, try and hold down that token in the center board. Seeing Elethane charge backwards to make it harder for that potential Drizzt charge.
Yep.
Getting the roll here with his ranged attack. Getting a crit success.
Do we see
a crit?
Crit.
In response.
Nope, but not on guard.
No.
Or no successes from the guard.
And then being able to push the crab backwards onto the Aqua Garanis token. Interesting.
To block it, I would assume.
Yes, trying to block the token. I would not be surprised then if we saw later on in this round moving Furain forward onto objective 2 if that doesn't get covered up, and then theoretically, later on in the round, oh, he is rethinking that push. I think he was assuming that that was a treasure.
Ah.
And then realized not actually what he wants. So, moving back certainly is keeping Elthane safe from a snark charge, but potentially throwing him right into the jaws of a squig. The squigs don't hit for 3, but they are only worth 0, so throwing them in there to try and get those kills may not be a bad idea.
Yep. And with the fly, that means that they can get kind of wherever they need to go. Although being only move 3 will limit that somewhat.
Yeah, 3 move is a problem. We've seen from both the other games, the target priority does appear that it is try and kill Elthane first.
Did work for him last game.
It did. Playing out must be great speed, as there is no glory to use.
He should have 1 glory.
Yes, he does have the 1, but I
Yep.
believe he.
Yep.
Yeah.
So both of these players have counted their glory several times.
Yeah.
Oh, it is there. It is just off camera.
Just barely off camera. Okay. We can see it. I'm sorry that folks on the stream, you will not be able to see that token.
Yep. Trying not to disrupt. They did welcome me to adjust things as needed, but here at game 3, I think.
All right. So we are gonna see a charge and a scurry, I believe. Yes, getting the fully surrounded here. Essentially set up for a future attack as well. Using Enrage.
That is 1 success.
The reroll from Enrage says. And he must have had extra rerolls.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, there goes the 2 damage. Gets best foot forward. Deciding whether or not to drive back. So 2 damage. I wonder if that upgrade is a weapon that he put on that fighter.
Oh, it might be. It must be.
Right, charging backwards with Tamael. He gets an extra dice. 2 crits and the single support. Nothing to be able to do about it. Gets the kill. So Giovanni's on the board. First blood again. And gets the Sally forth. Or no, share the load. Excuse me. The art is similar. We did that mistake yesterday. And another delve.
And another delve.
And another delve. So both players delving for wealth. A little bit of glory to use here for upgrades. Both players contemplating their power hands. Choosing to use the bouncy squigs, pushing them forward. We'll be getting the stagger token for the one that entered the snare hex. That double push is quite the ability to have.
That was
again.
Angered Swing was the upgrade.
Angered Swing.
And
so wait,
when
if
using
you
the
use
Raging
reroll,
Strike,
you have to reroll
you must
all the
reroll
dice. Got
each.
it. Yes. Playing Sidestep to grab the token. And yes, the Candy Sapper to nullify the double push, getting Tamael away, which does free up that Aqua Granis token, though.
Which
Given,
I think was probably what won Mikhail the game.
yes,
Last
I think
round.
so. I think so.
Sigmar GT players, you should be finishing
I was going to say,
round
though,
2.
with
End of battle
Tamael
round
being
2.
worth 2 bounty, keeping him safe is probably prudent, because giving that 2 bounty up right away is certainly fairly frustrating. All right, so we see the activation by Mikhail. Yes, the Squigs are trying to make the run on Elethane. Very scary stuff. They will have multiple rerolls because of the stagger here. So the crit.
Crit. We'll see what this reroll gives us. So
Still
single
just one crit, but
no successes.
No successes.
So another 2 damage.
So another 2. He's in the danger zone here, to be sure. 2 fighters getting awfully close to being taken out. Discussing something about the board state. Yes, a stagger hex, or a stagger from the delve for Duneclaw that just hadn't been marked. Players tracking what has been going on in the game without the tokens, so thankfully they can correct when the tokens are not there.
That's right, yeah. And as if there weren't enough fighters on the board.
Yeah. There's not enough to keep track of in this game,
Yes.
with both players playing Pillage and having all these bodies.
All right, so we see Kenai come out on Rain.
So that she can have some more accuracy.
Yeah, going for the offensive upgrades this time.
Making me think she's coming in for the charge, like she did last game.
So that'll be a damage because of spinning.
Yep. Rolling 2 successes, one of them being a crit.
No rerolls.
So the stand fast fairly unlikely
Looking
here, but 2 successes to deny the attack.
Opting not to drive back into the stagger.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting choice. But perhaps just to keep him further away from Elethane and his other fighters. Just wanting to shuffle the tokens around a little bit, clear up the board state. I believe Power Step is still Giovanni's. With the tie game and a fairly close board state. It is anybody's guess as to which scoring could be coming out here. There's many options that could score. I think both players have managed Torn Landscape, of course. Broken Prospects has
so
almost
Prague,
been done.
Donetta.
Looks like Prague is going to just be throwing his net.
That is 1 success.
1 success.
Reroll because of the stagger.
Still just the 1 success.
And cover hex, so that is a success. And on guard, so cannot be driven back. That is a big defensive success
Big
for
defensive
Giovanni.
success, but a fairly low probability attack, to be honest. So
looking at the board state after that delve, But going back to that attack, I think Mikhail was looking at his options. If the squig, the other squig, had charged in, I think he would have been able. I think Elethane would have been able to count every die face as a success. I don't think that there's a place for the squig to land that is not flanked by the fish.
Yes. The squigs are not fast enough to have been anywhere that wouldn't have been supported. Final activation from Giovanni will be a charge from Doonclaw.
Onto...
Gets the crit success again, getting the kill.
Yep.
So, small adjustments with a couple of kills. Delving back to deny strip.
Yep.
And Mikhail delving as well. Likely...
For the same reason?
He may... likely for the same reason, but he also may not be holding Torn Landscape right now, which would suggest that he is playing against Torn Landscape. So there's the Broken Prospects and against the odds. Two that were going to be unstoppable at that point.
Yep. We're just discarding some upgrades.
Discarding a power card. That makes me think Mikhail does not get any end phase scoring at all.
That may be the case.
That is rather unfortunate. This feels a little bit more like the start from their game 1.
Yes.
And hopefully things don't get away from Mikhail again. We would like to see this game be extremely close, just like the last one, all the way right down to the end.
It's certainly more exciting to watch when that's happening.
Of course. But I'm sure for Giovanni's heart, he would probably appreciate being able to have a little bit of
we missed the roll-off there.
We missed the roll-off there. Excuse me. Sorry.
That's all right.
It looks like the choice is
Giovanni's. Yes.
And now, into round 2, we see the Inspire. So all the stats getting better for the elves.
Believe it. This is the only game in this set where all 5 of Elethane Soulraid have been alive going into round 2.
That is true. So he has the most ability remaining. He is going to try for the quite accurate shot from Zarbag.
So that is
manages one success. But the crit and the success. Or no, just a crit.
Just a crit.
But a crit is enough.
The stand fast.
Delving back down for Zarbag. The dice are turning back on defense, it seems, here for Giovanni. Hopefully, as Giovanni plays a power card here, he will realize that he has 2 objectives still sitting on our viewing tray.
If they don't get caught, as soon as the next player plays a power card.
Yeah, whoever scores next will almost certainly see that they are still there. Rain. She has Burrowing Strike, so she is going to make the standing attack.
Just trying to remove pieces.
That's the one success. And a crit
in return. So
yes. Turnabout is fair play. Getting the aggressive defender from attacking on the treasure token.
Believe that those are
Giovanni does not realize that those cards are his.
Are those Giovanni's or those are Giovanni's? Yes.
The gold sleeves are Giovanni's. So probably just in the moment, thinking very hard about the board state in the game and not really tracking that he's got his.
Yep. Yes, like it. This is round 2. Jared, once again, forgetting to hit buttons that are sitting right in front of him.
See the upgrade coming out. I believe that's Great Fortitude. Yes, it's Great Fortitude. I think.
Yep.
I really hope I'm right. There's so many printings of that card that all the different arts and somewhat blend
great
together.
fortitude coming from
That's from Emberstone.
Emberstone, which I don't have up. All right, let's fix that. But I believe you're right. You are correct, yes.
Yes. Both players taking their time, as discussed, trying to make sure that there is no mistake. All of the power cards are played at the right moment, and the best effect. Plenty of glory to use for upgrades, so both players have options, but it is good, especially for aggressive upgrades, to wait to use them right until before you're going to charge. So I have to imagine, despite all these power cards in hand, that is what the players are waiting on, is to have the opportune moments to be able to use. And a quick clarification from Giovanni that no fighters should be enraged, so clearing those tokens to make it obvious that there's no rerolls at the moment, and he is not able to push fighters with impunity. Yes, and catching there. And
Murderous Instincts.
The rather restricting version of Grievous. But if you're going to be always charging or attacking anyway, it's really just an extra copy of Great Strength for
That's
less. Right. So Elthane looks to be charging, or at least moving. I'd be very surprised if it was just a move, but trying to decide about. Oh, maybe if he played Commanding Stride, but we just didn't see the card. So repositioning away from the squig. I think with the slight cushion that Giovanni has right now. Thank you, chat, for keeping up. We are sometimes slow to push the buttons. I think Giovanni, with his slight lead, being able to play a little bit cagey here, trying to deny some attacks and making charges difficult for Mikhail. Certainly not impossible for him to be able to send in these attacks, but yes. Okay, so making the charge there with Prague, getting to pick up his share the load, while then also being able to attack on the fish.
So that is one success.
And no successes.
No successes.
So fish down, not worth any bounty, but taking the body off the table is always useful to be able to thin the ability to control tokens. And
we're now on an Aqua Garanis token.
Yep.
So
at the very least, this Grot is at least worth some bounty. If
that's right.
To go and disrupt that Aqua Garanis.
That's fair. Okay, so the crab attacking
Doomclaw
Drizgit.
Standing in the Waystone Hex, going to make his attack on Drizgit. Well inspired, I believe he has Cleave, so this attack is going to be very accurate, but only the one success so far? Yes, only the one success. But the Cleave getting to put out the 2 damage.
And then
or maybe no Cleave.
I believe he does have Cleave.
I'm sure he has it.
He does, yep. So that was
a surge there for making multiple attacks without charging. And being able to duelist after the attack to get onto. Oh, I see. So I think he was using. I think because he had put great strength onto Doomclaw, so I think he was using Grievous on the attack.
That would do it. Attempting
the kill. Which doesn't make sense. He wanted to be able to try and get the kill.
I missed the great strength play. So
yes, I think both players very intent on the game right now, not necessarily thinking about us, and I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Yep. We inevitably get caught up.
Yeah. Now the Squig charging backwards onto the Waystone Hex. Going to be fairly accurate here, but into a 2-block
Are we going
defense.
to enrage?
So a crit. The reroll will say.
Oh, I guess we don't need to enrage. So.
Yeah.
So.
Or, well, he must have meant to enrage.
Yep. And
gets the kill.
Yes.
Or no, he does. Yeah, he doesn't need to enrage because
the Waystone is only on 2 dice. So felt comfortable.
A continued showcase as to why the Squigs are just so scary. These worthless fighters that are just able to rip through 2-block defenses and 3 health in a single attack.
Yep. And then give up no bounty if you decide to go Squig hunting. So.
Absolutely.
Skylar reporting in. Seems like most of the other games in round 1 here in the World's Finals are wrapping up or have wrapped up, and Skylar letting us know, because I have not been able to check, that Guillaume from Canada is advancing to the quarterfinals with Kurnoth's Heralds, which is extremely exciting to see, both because Guillaume is awesome and because it's Kurnoth's Heralds, which I think no one saw coming.
Absolutely. A truly unexpected event to see Kurnoth's Heralds being able to be played at such a high level.
Yep. So I think right now Michał is trying to decide who to inspire.
Yes, I believe that's part of the consideration here, as well as if any power cards should be coming out. I think he is just passing power here, and now he's going to make his inspiration decision. I think he is, yes, Snurk will be the choice, and I think that's a strong choice, getting that more accurate 3 damage attack.
And the extra defense die.
Yes, going to 3 dodge is a pretty big deal. But here we can see another charge from Tamael, deciding that 1 additional hex is potentially important. Trying to get off the Aquagranus, I think, is the target. 3 successes. Choosing to reroll to try and get a crit, I guess, but...
Yep, to block a stand fast.
All right, so no crit was rolled in defense, though, and that kill will go through. Taking us to 10 glory for Giovanni, and keeping the padding between the 2 scores pretty stable at about 4. Flavio, that is entirely the plan.
Definitely want to get Guillaume and his Kurnoth's Heralds on the stream.
For a little behind-the-scenes knowledge, the only reason we chose not to go with Kurnoth's this time is because by doing this match, we were able to get 2 warbands we haven't had on stream yet, and everyone was pretty interested to hear about Michael's very aggressive gets. All right, we see the charge from the Goblin here, coming back to try and take out Elthane. Is going to have the extra dice and the enrage. 3 hammers for 2 damage with a reroll. Pretty big roll here. Crit.
1 critical.
Does have a reroll. Thinking about something. He could play. Yes. All right. He plays so he has the 2 rerolls now. But no.
Same result.
Changed.
So 1
Just
critical success.
And a crit in response to deny the attack. Driveback is available. Certainly not what Michael would have wanted to see. He'll get the extra damage out with the ping, though.
Yep.
Nice little consolation prize. Will remove the
rage
counter. Or at least can. I guess it may not be a must. I'm not sure.
No. then remove that player friendly fighter's rage tokens.
Okay.
The players have done an excellent job with token management thus far, even if it comes after the fact.
All right, Elthane getting himself out of that dangerous position. Trying to get a hit in on Zarbag.
Crit and a success. All the branching fates this
yeah.
game.
One crit in defense.
Oh, is he hidden? If he has hidden aid.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And that's
nope,
going to
that's
be it.
So an additional glory for Giovanni. Things beginning to tilt in his favor, but I don't think you can count Michal out yet.
No, not at all. I would say that while, starting to lose all these fighters, the bounty is starting to add up, but there's still quite a few goblins. Both Squigs still in play for round 3, and Snurk is inspired. So we're going to the scoring for the end phase. We get against the odds for Michal. But it looks like that is all. So we get Desolate Homeland and Torn Landscape. So for another 3, and the score continuing to spread here a little bit, I do wonder. It looked like perhaps we were going to see a card discarded from Michal. No. Thinking, yes. All right. Choosing to discard. That was the card for having the opposing leader killed.
Right.
Which he has been able to pull off in the other games, I should say. But yeah, so that lead's stretching now all the way to 7. Starting to feel a little out of reach, similar to how game 1 did.
Yes. Yeah, the number of fighters left on the table for Giovanni, I think, is more than we've seen at this point in the game.
Yes, this is the most fighters he's still had available in any of the games to this point.
So big roll-off,
another crit. And another crit. Getting that start should be pretty important here, I think. Elthane feels like the most likely target.
You'd have to imagine that's the case.
And
with one health on one shield at this point.
And once Elthane is gone, then taking out Tamael is safe because he can't be revived. So if he can drop both of those, that is quite a bit of bounty that he would be able to pick up. That'd be 4, which would close the gap considerably.
Yeah.
Dice have been somewhat hard to come by. He's had a lot of dice and a lot of rerolls and a little difficulty still getting those attacks through. I don't believe we've seen strip from either player discarded or scored. So there is still quite a bit of end phase glory available in both decks, and both players have to continue thinking about it. In fact, just a little bit lucky for Michal that it wasn't scored there at the end of round 2. So here we go with the Squig as expected. 3 damage here with the Enrage. A crit.
Oh, two crits and a success.
There
nothing to be done there.
Stop that. So there it goes. As discussed, getting Elthane down first is pretty important.
Yep. 2 more inspired fighters.
Yes, 2 more inspired fighters. That should just about get everyone inspired. I think Redcap is the only one who is not. Yes, clearly trying to do something with Tamael before he goes down, using the range 3 attack here. And rolling no successes. And no successes in defense either, but it doesn't matter. Both players whiff. That could be fairly substantial, though that does get out of range of the charge of the other Squig, and being able to heal puts him back at 3 health remaining. That does make things fairly difficult unless he has access to another damage. I would imagine he probably does. We've not yet seen hardly any upgrades come out, but he is going to go on guard. Drizgit quite accurate here, so if he can put another damage out on Drizgit, I think there's a good chance that he could be making that charge onto Tamael. Virain continuing to be a thorn in the side, though.
a thorn everywhere.
Mostly just ignoring her.
Which I think has to be the play when you're doing 1 and 2 damage at a time, which really just means 1 damage at a time.
It may be the play, but I almost wonder if investing more resources in her earlier could have helped to start to shift some of the board control.
That's
hard to say if it's worth the fairly tough defensive profile, risking missing those attacks, and still having to then invest many chances into her.
All right, so some upgrades being considered. Power cards. So continued thoughtful play from both of these players. Unsurprising at this level of the competition, at this level of play.
Yes, and with the understanding that being that this is game 3, this is a win and in situation to continue in the tournament.
Right.
Being dropped out here will mean the game is over, and I do believe that is a Glory Seeker that came out onto Drizzt.
So as predicted, damage upgrade, accurate Drizzt.
Yeah, so the Grievous hopefully being able to use the weight of dice and a reroll here, get the damage through. This is a fighter worth 2 bounties, so this is pretty big.
That is
my goodness, with 2
crits.
And just 2 crits.
Crit
with the crit and the defense to stop it.
Because of the guard token.
Yep.
That is unfortunate.
Wow. And he will then score Sally 4th for having a charge token on a token in enemy territory. That is pretty brutal. Mikhail really needed that. And the fact that missing also meant that a glory goes to Giovanni. I think the lead here is starting to slip away. Having a second activation to think through. Furain choosing to delve before activating, though. Not entirely clear as to what else Giovanni would need to delve for. Potentially just for the defense.
Yep.
Choosing to swing.
Burrowing Strike, I believe.
Burrowing Strike. 2 crits. Just the dodge. So yet another small goblin killed. And the score keeps growing for Giovanni Zelethane. The score from game 1 was 21 to 15?
15, I believe. That is correct. Game 2 was 19 for Mikhail, 18 for Giovanni.
Yeah. All right, so Snurk making the charge, having the support with the 3 dice and a reroll, trying desperately to get this attack through. So they have 3 successes, including the crit. The reroll doesn't help. This is similar to what we just saw, and this time, no crit.
Yes.
So the attack does go through, getting the 2 glory kill. Hopefully helping to score some other cards. The overrun also allowing to have Snurk take control of that token.
Yep.
Squig just was pushed onto the tokens somehow. I believe I'm not entirely sure. He'd already used his 2 bouncy push. Maybe he played a push that I just missed the card. Elethane choosing to charge. Does Elethane have... so choosing to land in the Waystone Hex and be able to get a reroll here. So 4 dice, looking for swords, rolls 1 success. And a crit. So the squig is gone. That means no more charges for Mikhail.
No more bounty.
All about board control at this point. The squigs are only speed 3, so he can't go and run and grab the Aqua Garanis unless he can find a way to add some extra movement. Perhaps he has a teleport. That could be very important here, given how the end phase scoring could go. As of right now, Strip is available for Mikhail, but I have to imagine that with the final activation, Furain will be moving onto a token and delving.
Yeah. Yes.
There are 2 tokens within range. Blocking that out is not really possible. So I think Strip the Realm, while probably needed to get enough glory to win, is not going to be an available option unless he has some way to have a push, which I don't believe is even an option in the deck.
Oh.
There is, and Giovanni, I believe, will have the final activation of this round, so won't even have the opportunity to try and use an attack, even though it is a very slim chance to have a tied result that allows for the drive back. That won't even be available because Furain will be moving after the activation. So instead, we see a focus, just looking for some answers. I think that's reasonable. Just drawing power cards, though.
What tools do I have? What tools are available to me?
Yeah, and as
to get where I need to go.
Furain moving to grab the token to deny the strip. As predicted.
So
putting out Canny Sapper. My guess would be that somehow being able to use the Canny Sapper here to get on the Aqua Garanis token. And there, yeah, the brute momentum being used to just guarantee under no circumstance will I be driven off of this token.
Right.
But yes, grabbing the Aqua Garanis to be able to keep getting a little more glory. But by our count, yeah, Desolate Homeland, Torn Landscape, and the 4th extra is not even going to reach Giovanni's current score. And I have to imagine Giovanni has at least 1 more glory in his hand. Iron Grasp. And hold 3 or 4. That was very well
great
done.
games by both opponents.
Excellent play on both sides.
Yep.
The aggro plan just needed the dice to work a little bit better. And unfortunately, as we see, as it can happen, even with all the dice and all the rerolls, just not quite enough.
Yeah, so an excellent, fun end, at least for the viewers.
I would have to imagine it was fun for us. I'm sure it was a fun game for the players, but probably a bit stressful as well.
Right, yeah, and obviously no one enjoys losing, so.
No, of course not. But I don't think anyone who's gotten to this point can feel too badly about having taken a game to 3.
Right.
And just having it sneak away by a few glory.
Yeah, and they did it well under time, with as much thought and deliberation as they needed to be able to play the best game that they could.
Yeah, being able to get in just in time to finish the round in the requisite 3 hours.
Yeah.
Very well done. We will likely give both players some time to pack their things a little bit, decompress, and then we will request some interviews.
Yeah.
But it is obviously up to the players as to whether that will happen. So stay tuned. We may be back quickly.
Yeah, I spoke with both players before the match, and both said that they were amenable. So we'll just confirm that.
All right.
We'll throw the Be Right Back screensaver up. So stay tuned. And if you hear our voices again, it means we're talking to the players.
Absolutely. All right, folks, we'll be right back.
Okay, are we here? Oh, there we go. All right, we're going to do the whole thing again. 1 second.
Okay.
Technical difficulties. There we go. We got it. All right, so in the chat. Yep. All right, so let's start again. Do all of your greeting again.
Okay, so hello to everyone. Hello to my friends from Poznań, Stanisław and Max. Hello to my girlfriend and also to my team from Gdańsk, Wrath of Neptune.
All right, so we got the audio fixed. So we'll start. I'm going to ask you some background questions. What's your earliest memory of board gaming?
Okay, my earliest memory.
Could be
I
chess.
think,
It could be a Monopoly. Or
I think my first board game was chess.
okay.
Were chess, but it was so long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't know how old I was. I
Yeah.
think I was like 7, 8, maybe. I
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah.
But it evolved quickly.
Sure.
When I was living in Piła, in a small town in Poland,
Okay.
and there was a local game store, Chaos
Sure.
Games. I went there and started playing more games, starting with Pokemon TCG.
Good one.
Also, more like board games, non-competitive,
Sure.
like Talisman,
Okay.
and a bunch of other games. And one day I was introduced Warhammer Underworlds.
Okay.
I really liked it. 3 of my friends were playing it, and I was like, "Whoa, guys, what are you playing?" And then joined the Warhammer Underworlds community.
Okay.
It was during Night Vault, the beginning of the Night Vault, I think.
Okay. Yeah. There are a lot of players here at Worlds that I've spoken to who actually didn't start with Shadespire, but they started with Night Vault.
Yes.
So it seems to have been probably the biggest season for most of the players that have started. So that was going to be my next question: is when did you get into war games, into Underworlds? But you've answered that. So I'll ask one more kind of background question, and then we can talk about your experience here. What's your favorite war band of all time?
That's a hard question because I am changing warbands really often.
Okay.
I'm not one-trick player and try to look through all the meta.
Okay.
And try every one of them. I think one of the most enjoyable warbands in this edition for me is Ephilim.
Okay.
But it was before Spitewood.
Okay.
And I'm not so sure will it change because I haven't tried most of the new 16 warbands
Okay.
yet so well. And it was also pretty different in last edition.
Yes.
And in last edition, I think definitely my favorite warband play was Sepulchral Guard.
Okay.
I was playing them in so much different metas.
Right.
During Shadespire, during Nether Maze, and also during Wintermow.
Okay.
I like the playstyle. I like control warbands.
Right.
And it was fun for me to play them. And also, Death is my favorite faction.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Sepulchral Guard is a longtime favorite. I've seen it played many times, so I get the appeal. Also, a big fan of Death myself. So let's talk a little bit about your experience here at Worlds. You brought Zarbag's Gits with
Yes.
Pillage and Plunder and Raging Slayers.
Yes.
So talk to us a little bit about that choice. What led you there, both from the warband perspective and the deck pairing perspective.
Okay, so my deck. No, other way.
Sure.
Me and my team Wrath of Neptune in
Okay.
Gdańsk. We're a team of 3 people. Me, Muras, and Mateo.
Okay.
We are going to most of the tournaments in Poland. We have won the Polish team championship twice.
Okay.
And we're playing together, designing most of the decks together.
Okay.
And this one is also our team creation.
Okay.
I'm happy to play it. It is really enjoyable, but it is hard to play when your opponent has really good defense.
Yes.
In that case, it is the most hard matchup for me.
Sure.
Because without inspiration, I can't get through 2 dice
Sure.
in defense with cover and guards. It's often too much for me. And it is, I think, weakness. My weakness against Lethal Soul Drain. Also, it is, I think, my weakness against the Wurmspat.
Okay.
When he gets inspired fast, it is hard for me to get through 2 shields
Sure.
on each guy with damage reduction. But to this moment, everything was working fine.
Sure.
So I was in group B, group second. I was 5-1.
Okay.
So I think it was still a good idea.
Sure. Yeah. Just ran into a hard matchup here.
Yes, really hard matchup.
Yeah. That's as was shown, unfortunately. But we appreciate you being on the stream. It was a pleasure to watch your game, to watch you play, to watch you think through the decisions that you had to make, to try to counter what Giovanni was doing. You're both working on Pillage and Plunder at the same time, so that means some things score regardless, but you also have to be aware of what he might be trying to do, which I'm sure is tough when you're also trying to attack. So I really enjoyed having you on the stream, watching you play. I've enjoyed chatting with you, and thank you for taking the time. If you have any last thoughts, now's your chance.
I enjoyed the stream as well. Really happy to be here. And I will try to win as much games as possible.
Right.
Still.
Yeah.
So thanks all for watching.
Yep.
Bye for now, I guess.
Yeah. Bye for now. Phil will be right back with Giovanni.
All right, folks, and we're here with Giovanni after watching his incredibly thrilling match using Elathane's Soul Raid against Zarbag's Gits. So tell me, Giovanni, what led you to want to play Elathane's?
So I was in total crisis.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, where the new balance
Yes.
went online, and I'm a Zarbag player myself.
Yep.
So I won the golden ticket with Zarbag.
Yep.
I tested Zarbag, but I thought that Zarbag lost many models.
Yes. Yes.
So I did a similar play style with Pillage and Plunder.
Yep.
With more defense. So and um, a little bit of aggression. So
Okay.
Hellas and Sword for me was that style of play.
Yeah.
And I think that in this game, the kills of the models just
Mm-hmm.
went to my
Yeah.
side. So
Yeah. So, deciding to play the hold plan with Elethanes instead, what did you feel like was sort of the reason that Elethanes sort of was going to be a strong choice for Worlds?
because 4 models out of 5 have as damage output.
Yep.
Damage output. There is a timeline that can be raised from
Yes.
Elatine, and for the push of the minions
Yes.
that are
Yes.
very, very, very strong with the game of pillage and plunder.
Yes. Yes. Being able to cover up 2 or maybe even 3 tokens in one move.
Yes. At this level, the level of players is very high.
Yes.
In the top 16, in the top 18. So the token placement won't be so fair for me.
No.
But if they place a token for not be able to push a minion, they don't place a token for
Yeah, their own strategy. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a tough choice.
Yeah, it puts the opponent in a bad spot because they're going to want to deny you, but it may work against their own game plan.
It's a game of action economies
Absolutely.
and choice.
Yeah.
So the dice are important. Okay?
Yeah.
But in the end, the less bad choice win.
Absolutely. So how has your overall tournament experience been so far? Has there been a
best days of my life?
Best days.
Yes. I had so many problems in the past months, so I wasn't sure to come here. Okay? I did recover quickly, so I was. For me, being here is a victory. Also, if I lost every game from now on.
Absolutely.
But it's a good tournament. I'm a little bit sad for my Italian teammates.
Yes.
That lost.
Of course.
But the current reigning champions is Italian, so
Yeah.
we
Trying to defend for your country.
I will do my best.
Yes, of course. Everyone trying.
Daniele is one of the best players in the world, so I will do my best.
Yeah, we had Daniela on yesterday, right away, and yes, absolutely superb play with his Mollog. So did you work with your teammates to figure out some best strategies for Elethane?
I trained with them. I trained with Daniele, I trained with Matteo, with Alessandro, with Flavio that can't be here, but is a very strong player in Italy. And it's thanks to them that I am a better player. So.
Helping to sort of focus in on the right strategies to use.
To think together the best deck combinations.
Yeah. Has there been any matches that were, or I guess any warbands that you've been surprised to see here at Worlds so far?
I'm totally surprised by Cornot.
Cornots, yes, absolutely. I think everyone.
The guy is a master.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guillaume from Canada, he always seems to find some weird thing to bring, and it's just like
you can decipher that, and you.
Well, and when you play something that nobody's practiced against, it's like, well, now I'm trying to learn as we play the game. How am I going to find a way to counter what he's doing?
And game 1 is lost.
Yeah, almost assuredly. Yeah.
So.
Yes, I think if we can, we're going to get them on stream so that everybody can see it in action.
I will see later. So.
Yeah. So as you go forward now into the top 8 of the tournament, is there any warbands you're hoping not to get paired into?
I struggled with Wurmspot because I can't kill any models, so
Yeah.
it's very hard for me. But at this time,
Yeah.
every warband is
They're all
a
tough.
very good
Yeah.
warband. So.
Absolutely. Anything else that you want to shout out to folks back home, or?
No, I saluto tutti. Ciao, mamma.
Yes. All right. With that, I think we can close this out. It was very nice to have you talk with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, folks. Back. We will be figuring out pairings for the next round soon. And stay tuned. We'll be back, hopefully, getting to see those Kurnoths. Thanks, folks.